My wife forced me to donate my organs to her ex-husband. When my daughter was in a car accident, the doctors declared her condition critical multiple times. She kept calling out for her mother, wanting to see her one last time before she passed away. But my wife had disappeared, and my daughter's small body, stained with blood, fought for 3 days before finally closing her eyes in pain. From the moment of the accident until the funeral, I couldn't reach my wife. It wasn't until after my daughter was buried that I received a call from her. But her first words were nothing but insults. "Fool, aren't you the one who loves money the most? I'll give you 10 million, make Ace your dog, and donate your bone marrow to him." I was shocked and disappointed, trembling with pain. On the edge of collapse, I screamed, "Shen Mei, do you have no heart? Don't you know that Guo Guo is dead?" But all I heard was Shen Mei's disdainful laughter. "Har har, is this person really unable to live? Stop lying." But he was wrong. The ones who can't live will be them. Later, Shen Mei forced her ex to kneel and bark like a dog, just to get me to throw her a morsel of food and glance her way. But unfortunately, I chose to leave without looking back. After my daughter's funeral, her tiny body was placed in a small box. I collapsed at her grave, crying until I fainted, my mind filled with sorrow and despair. The thought that she had called for her mother before she died made my heart ache to the point where I couldn't speak, as if I were suffocating in that moment. At that instant, I hated Shen Mei, but I also hated myself. If only I weren't the person Shen Mei hated the most. The whole of Xinjiang knew that I was the man that Shen Group's president Shen despised the most. In Shen Mei's eyes, I was the kind of man who would drug her and use any means necessary just to sleep with her and get her pregnant. But no matter how much she hated me, the child was innocent. Yet, she hated both me and Guo Guo. When Guo Guo was in a car accident and on the brink of death, Shen Mei didn't care and went on a trip with her ex to a foreign country. I made countless calls, but she refused to answer. It wasn't until today, after my daughter was buried, that I received her call. But it was nothing but further insults. I held my daughter's black and white photo and sat in silence for a whole day and night. My heart felt empty, unable to describe the pain. The next morning, I received a call from the cemetery. "Mr. Lin, someone here is offering a high price to buy your family's burial plot. Would you like to consider it? They've offered a high price and are willing to let you set the price. You can move out first, and we'll arrange for you another plot in a more remote, cooler area." I was enraged at the suggestion. My daughter had just been buried, how could they think of digging her up? I angrily refused. "No, I don't agree. Tell them to get lost, I won't pay a single cent." Then the cemetery worker's hesitant voice filled me with endless fear. "Oh, sorry, we couldn't stop them, they have a lot of people, and they are already starting." I didn't listen anymore and ran out in a frenzy. By the time I arrived at the cemetery, I saw my wife, Shen Mei. She was hugging the man I hated with all my heart, surrounded by bodyguards. Xu Zhizhou was holding something in his arms that I couldn't make out. "Armai, even though we've been apart for so long, you're still as kind-hearted as you were back then, caring for stray dogs. Do you remember? That rainy day in senior year, we found the little dog that had been hit by a car on the roadside." The man's voice was full of nostalgia, and I saw Shen Mei smile, her lips curving up. How could I forget? We both carried it to the tracks and buried it together. Yeah, we didn't have money back then, so we could only do what little we could. But now we can afford it, so we'll give this stray dog a peaceful resting place. It's like giving closure to our turbulent childhood. Xu Zhizhou spoke seriously, as if he were some sort of savior. Shen Mei indulged him, and after hearing his words, she immediately ordered them to act, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Hurry up and do it, we can't miss the burial time." Those people began to approach with shovels, and I could no longer hold back. I rushed forward to stop them. "Stop! Everyone, stop! I won't allow it." I stood in front of my daughter's grave, my eyes bloodshot as I stared at Shen Mei. In that moment, her smile froze, and her gaze turned disgustingly hateful, as if I were some filthy thing that repulsed her. Before I could speak, she shouted angrily. "Lin Shen, do you think this is funny? What's wrong with you? As a grown man, are you shameless? Don't you get tired of following me around? Isn't he calling me every day enough? Now you're stalking me. Look at how disgusting you are now, I want to puke every time I look at you. Hurry up and get lost, I have important matters to attend to and don't want to deal with you. She firmly believed that I had followed her here. I felt bitterly ironic and self-deprecating. Of course, the cemetery isn't a place you randomly stumble upon. When my daughter died, I knew our marriage was over. I never wanted to have anything to do with Shen Mei again in this life. So now, I had no energy to explain, nor did I want to. I was so tired, I didn't want to say another word. This burial plot is mine, and it holds my most precious one. I won't give it up, you're the ones who should leave. I suddenly felt unbearably sad. If my precious daughter saw her beloved mother trying to bring others to dig up her grave after she died, how heartbroken would she be? Hearing my words, Shen Mei's face showed disbelief. It seemed like she hadn't expected me to speak so firmly. Xu Zhizhou by her side immediately pretended to have red eyes, looking pitiful. Mai, since Mr. Lin has said so, let us just move to another place. If it's not possible, we can bury it by the roadside. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I never intended to dispute with you. This stray dog is important to both Mai and me. I didn't know this plot was yours, what a coincidence. We're just giving it a proper burial to redeem our troubled childhood, don't misunderstand, Mr. Lin, don't be angry. Heh, what a green tea boy. His words were stirring up Shen Mei's anger. Get lost. Stop pretending, just leave. I don't want to see you here. I chased them away again, and Xu Zhizhou's eyes turned even redder. Chapter 2, How dare you hide this from me? When Shen Mei saw her beloved one being wronged, she immediately slapped me across the face. I was still lost in the grief of my daughter's death, unable to pull myself out. For a moment, I forgot to resist. The pain on my cheek made my eyes fill with tears. Shen Mei, let's get a divorce. You cheated on me during our marriage. I'll leave with nothing. I finally said the words I had been wanting to say for a long time. At that moment, I felt a huge sense of relief. I had never dared to imagine a day when I would tell Shen Mei I wanted a divorce. But when I said it, I felt an overwhelming sense of freedom. I was serious about it. I no longer wanted to live with her. But what I got in return was a round of mocking laughter led by Xu Zhizhou. Everyone looked at me as if I were a fool. Mr. Lin, who in Xingjing doesn't know. You've always clung to most of Shen Mei's fortune and never wanted to let go. Do you really think anyone will believe that you suddenly want a divorce now, trying to play hard to get? Shen Mei, who had initially seemed stunned for a moment, her expression complicated, turned crimson as she heard this. Her eyes burned with a fierce hatred. Enough. Lin Shen, you're pathetic, always using these dirty tricks to keep me. Is this fun for you? Let me tell you once more, no matter what you do, I will never love you. Your presence, your voice, everything about you disgusts me. Today, I'm really going to bury this tomb. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. What are you? Do you even deserve to compete with Zhizhou? Now, leave immediately. If you really came here just to disgust me, then congratulations, you've succeeded. Don't talk about how the most important person buried here is your mother. What a load of nonsense. Don't forget the ridiculous things you said when you were drunk. You said that in this lifetime, only I and our daughter were your most important people. She gave the order to have them move forward again, and no matter how much I tried to stop them, it was useless. Seeing the earth from the tomb being dug up, I cried out in anguish, rushing forward to fight with them. Shen Mei sneered coldly, ordering with contempt, if this fool really wants to die, then teach him a lesson. Give him a taste of his own medicine. After 7 days of breaking down, I had no strength left. I felt like a walking corpse, easily overpowered by the professional bodyguards. Soon, I was kicked to the ground. They pinned me down, and my nose and mouth filled with the smell of dirt. No matter how much I struggled, it was useless. Watching the tomb being truly dug up, I screamed in pure agony. Don't, please don't, Shen Mei, you madwoman, don't dig it up. Shen Mei, I hate you. I hate you. My hoarse cries turned into desperate pleas. Mr. Shen, please, don't dig it up. This grave is so important to me, please don't destroy it. But my desperate cries only made her smile wider. Her gaze toward me was filled with disdain, like a knife, as if ready to stab deep into my heart and slowly kill me. My pleas did not move her. Instead, their actions grew faster. Shen Mei, W looked at Xu Zhizhou, W with a calm expression and said gently, "Okay, Zhizhou, don't bother looking at this disgusting guy anymore. He went to an opera school, he is the best at acting. Look at this disgusting lapdog, he plays it perfectly. If you didn't know better, you'd think his mother was buried here." My heart shattered bit by bit. As I watched the tomb about to be opened, I couldn't care about anything else and screamed with all my might. "Shen Mei, you'll regret this, you'll definitely regret it. The one buried here isn't my mother. It's our daughter, Xiaoguo. On your birthday, she saved up her pocket money to buy you a cake from the shop across the street, but she had an accident while crossing the road. On the night she was in the hospital, she kept crying and calling for her mom. Shen Mei, don't you have a heart? I called you so many times, but you never answered. I sent you a message telling you our daughter was in trouble, begging you to come, but you just coldly replied, 'I am busy,' and then turned off your phone. Your being busy meant you were with your ex, having your little romantic getaway abroad, didn't it?" I screamed with all the strength I had left, my body shaking. I really thought I was going crazy. Why was it only me suffering so much? Even if it was because I've always been with you, and you've hated me for so long, the child was innocent. How could you be so heartless? In her final moments, she cried and called for you, asking me if you didn't love her anymore. I collapsed on the ground, clutching my clothes, sobbing uncontrollably. The pain was so intense, it felt like I was dying. My mind was filled with the image of my daughter before her death. I knew I would never forget how her little body, covered in blood, lay in my arms, crying for her mother. At first, she had held on, her eyes full of hope. She endured the pain and pleaded with me, "Dad, I want Mom. Can we all be together? Don't separate us." On the first day, she kept waiting, looking at the door, her hopeful eyes making me choke up. But when night fell, her mom still hadn't appeared. In the end, her small body curled up on the hospital bed, crying and trembling. When I found her, she was already on the brink of death. They rushed her to the ER, but by morning, they couldn't save her. In her final moments, she grabbed my hand and asked, with such sadness, "Dad, is it because of me? Am I not good enough? That's why Mom doesn't want me." I cried uncontrollably, unable to say a word, feeling like my world had collapsed. I had never hated Shen Mei W more than I did in that moment. And yet, I hated myself more. It was my fault. I didn't understand why my child had to suffer like this. In that moment, I didn't know how to comfort her. I couldn't say anything. Then, Xiaoguo W started spitting up blood. Despite her tiny body, she coughed up so much blood. The bright red blood stained my white shirt as I watched my precious daughter slowly lose her breath. She didn't even have the chance to close her eyes. I suddenly realized how useless I was, how powerless I had been. I couldn't give her a safe home while she was alive, and after her death, I couldn't even protect her grave. I broke down, my cries filled with despair. I told her Mom was busy and to hang on. I said you'd come back to be with her. But you wouldn't even see her one last time, and after our daughter died, you want to dig up her grave. Shen Mei, don't you know how heartbreaking that must be for Xiaoguo, watching from below? Shen Mei, you will pay for this. The punches kept falling on me, one after another. I endured the pain as best as I could, coughing up blood and screaming. It seemed like Shen Mei W heard me. She froze, frowning, staring at me as if trying to discern the truth in my words. Chapter 3, The Fury of Shen Mei. Seeing her expression, I couldn't help but laugh. I want her to kneel in front of her daughter's grave and apologize. However, everything was not as simple as I thought. She stopped these people from beating me, frowned and glared at me, but her voice was icy cold to the bone. "Lin Shen, that's enough. Isn't it just that I didn't spend my birthday with you? Do you have to curse my daughter with such vicious words? It's my birthday, I can celebrate it the way I want. Do you really need to do this over and over again? It's really embarrassing for a man. I've told you before that Zhizhou and I were only in a relationship in the past. The past doesn't represent the past, and the present doesn't represent the past. Can you please stop being unreasonable? You really disappoint me. It's been a few days, and you've been using Guo Guo's death to frame me. Not to mention, now you even dare to ask for a divorce. Do you really think I don't dare to divorce you? I tell you that my grandmother is no longer with us. I am not afraid of you. I was crying and laughing at the same time, and I didn't know what to say. I was a little surprised by her reaction. I thought she would believe it, but she didn't. But she actually opened her mouth to explain, which is rare. How rare? Yes, you are right. You can celebrate your birthday however you want. You have the final say. But my daughter has not yet passed the 7th day of mourning, so please leave. Don't bother her any more. I staggered to my feet, enduring the severe pain and holding up my broken body. I wanted to go over and fill the soil on the grave again, but was blocked by the bodyguard. He frowned and said indifferently, "What do you want? I'll slowly make it up to you later. But you can't compete with Zhizhou for this tomb. Stop him, everyone else keep moving." She gave orders ruthlessly again. The last bit of cover on the tomb was removed, revealing the topmost burial objects. There is my daughter's favorite school bag, which Shen Mei personally took her to pick out on her 4th birthday. There was also her beloved ballet skirt, which was picked out for her at the mall last year when Shen Mei enrolled her in a dance class. The other half that is revealed is a photo of our family of 3, which is also the only group photo. It was the birthday surprise my daughter had been longing for a year. Shen Mei was completely stunned. I stared at her, not wanting to miss any of her expressions. I wonder what a daughter means to her? Will she be sad and in pain when facing her daughter's death? However, just as she was about to take a few steps forward to see more clearly, Xu Zhizhou suddenly fell down. He curled up on the ground, sweating profusely, and was obviously in great pain. "It hurts so much, it hurts so much, my bones are about to break. Ame, will I die like this stray dog?" Before he could finish his words, Shen Mei rushed over nervously, with all her heart on him. Her eyes were full of nervousness and distress, and I felt very self-deprecating when I saw it. With that expression, who would believe that she has an innocent relationship with this man? "No, it won't happen. Don't be afraid, Zhizhou. I'll take you to the hospital right away. Man, hurry up, man, go to the hospital." Her voice was trembling with nervousness, and the scene was in chaos. The crowd of people surrounded the fallen Xu Zhizhou and ran out of the cemetery. I cried and laughed as I looked at my daughter's ruined grave. I knelt on the ground holding the photo, tears streaming down my face. In the photo, he has a gloomy brow and a blank expression, and it's hard to tell whether he's happy or angry, but at this moment, it seems really ironic. I threw the frame hard onto the green tiles, then picked up the photo and tore off the side that belonged to Shen Mei. Her side fell on the glass shards, and my hand was cut by the glass. The blood dripped onto the photo, making it particularly eye-catching. When I was crying and holding my head, I heard footsteps behind me. I looked up and saw Shen Mei coming back. Without waiting for me to speak, she said coldly, "No one is watching, so stop pretending. Don't you want money the most? I'll give you 20 million. Come to the hospital and donate bone marrow to Zhizhou." I was about to refuse, but she was clearly prepared. The strong bodyguards behind me held me down and dragged me out. "Shen Mei, I won't donate bone marrow to him. I don't want your dirty money, let me go, I want to divorce you. Guo Guo is really dead. The only bond between you and me is over. Our relationship has also come to an end. It's impossible to force me to donate bone marrow to your ex." I struggled desperately, but was knocked unconscious. Before my consciousness gradually fell into coma, I heard Shen Mei muttering, "Do you love me so much? You'd tell me any lie just to make me fall in love with you. Lin Shen, I promise you, as long as you donate bone marrow to Zhizhou this time, I will live a good life with you." There was still a hint of condescension in her tone. It was as if living a good life with me as my legal wife was a great arms to me. I was in a coma for a very long time, and my dreams were all about the years I spent with Shen Mei. She and I grew up together, but I am the son of her family's driver, while she has always been a high-ranking lady since she was a child. But before Xu Zhizhou came along, she always called me Brother Shen. It was she who told me when I was a kid that I should marry her when I grew up. When I grew up, I married her, but she was also the one who hated me the most. Since I was a child, everyone around me has said that Shen Mei and I are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Everyone thought we were a destined couple. The two of us understood each other tacitly and got along very well. During the teenage years, hormones were running wild, and Shen Mei was my secret crush deep in my heart. She always responded to me when I asked her for many things. I thought she loved me as much as I loved her. But it was not until she was 18 years old, when Xu Zhizhou moved next door and became her deskmate, that her mind gradually began to shift to this man. He even gave up his dream of being admitted to Zhejiang University because of Xu Zhizhou. Accompanied Xu Zhizhou to other schools. At that time, I was jealous and sad. After I knew they were together, I forced myself to stay away and let go. But the year I graduated from college, Shen Mei hugged me and kissed me in the morning regardless of anything I did. She looked into my eyes and said she wanted to be with me. At that moment, I felt like I had won a lottery and nodded with joy and excitement. Later, we fell in love by some strange coincidence. It wasn't until a drunken accident that the two of them had a passionate relationship and she became pregnant. When the old lady of the Shen family found out, she immediately made the decision for us and allowed us to get the marriage certificate. Shen Mei, who had been hot and cold towards me at first, actually hated me to the core after confirming our relationship as husband and wife. Chapter 4: Why don't you just die? On our wedding night, she pointed at my nose and cursed at me. I also learned from her the truth that she had told me about their relationship. At that moment, I realized that the relationship I had been dreaming of was actually just a complete deception and exploitation. Lin Shen, how could I not know that you were so despicable? You deliberately got me drunk that day and had sex with me, right? I'm telling you, I'm willing to give birth to this child because my grandmother is old and can't stand the stimulation. You'd better understand your position. I will never love you. Even if you have already registered your marriage with me, there is no place for you in my heart. To tell you the truth, the reason I came to you is because Zhizhou and I had a fight and broke up, and I couldn't wait to be with someone else. I came to you to get angry at his seamless transition and to make him jealous. But since you are so despicable and shameless as to use grandma to force me to get married with you, then you should be prepared to be alone for the rest of your life. She yelled at me angrily, venting her anger by smashing everything that could be smashed in the house, and finally slammed the door and left. That night, I sat there until dawn. At dawn, my cell phone received a push notification from Xu Zhizhou on Weibo. He showed off his affection in a high-profile manner, and the picture was a photo of the two of them holding hands. I remember very clearly the location of the scar on my index finger, and I will never forget the gloomy brows on those hands. The copy is, the person in front of me is really someone I cannot let down. I am so touched. What should I do? What kind of bride would come to see her ex on her wedding night? I really want to get back together. Shen Mei did not avoid suspicion at all and liked and collected the comments. I've said it before, no matter what time, you are the most important in my heart. What a crap wedding night, it has nothing to do with me. Only when I'm with you do I feel truly alive. That night, I became a laughingstock in the whole Xinjiang. Everyone knew that Miss Shen's lover was someone else. As her husband, I only wanted her money, so I made her pregnant and trapped her by my side. After waking up from the nightmare, I couldn't calm down for a long time. At that time, I thought about breaking up with her, but I was also worried that Madame Shen was too old to withstand the stimulation if I isolated the baby in her belly. From childhood to adulthood, Madame Shen raised me like her own grandson, and I couldn't bear to let her down or make her sad. So at that time I turned a blind eye to their humiliation and displays of affection. Pretending that I am not sad, my heart is actually filled with sorrow. I told myself over and over again that it was okay. I will divorce her as soon as the child is born. But after the child was born, Xu Zhizhou went abroad. Old Mrs. Shen was seriously ill, and Shen Mei's heart finally returned home. When Mrs. Shen passed away that year, she handed Shen Mei to me and told us to live a down-to-earth life. She nodded with a solemn look on her face. She was so heartbroken that she fainted from crying several times. She is their high and mighty Miss Shen outside, but after I returned to the Shen family, I still listened to old Madame Shen the most. I accompanied her through that year. We lived an ordinary life as a family of three for 3 years. Just when I thought everything would remain peaceful like this, Xu Zhizhou returned to China. Our stable little home was shattered once again. For Xu Zhizhou, she devoted all her heart to outsiders and ignored our family. I left my daughter behind for others time and time again. My daughter's biggest wish is for our family to be well, but no matter how hard I tried, it was useless. I am the most useless father in the world. I can give nothing to my children. Now I have nothing. I was lying on the hospital bed, feeling extremely desperate. God always takes away everything from you when you are closest to happiness. I'm ready. This birthday for Shen Mei will be my last attempt to keep her. If it doesn't work, I will divorce her. Take your daughter out of the house and give her freedom. I've thought about it and I know I can give my daughter the best life. But it's too late. I struggled to get up from the hospital bed, and my assistant, who was guarding me outside, heard the noise and came in. Seeing me pulling out the needle and about to leave, she blocked my way with some embarrassment. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I can't let you go, otherwise Mr. Shen will blame me. Mr. Lin, Mr. Shen is already preparing for the bone marrow donation. She looked at me with sympathy. Xiaoqi, let me go. I don't owe her anything. I won't donate this bone marrow. The assistant still refused, so I picked up my phone and called the police. The assistant sighed and said helplessly, Mr. Lin, I have seen it all these years. The person involved is confused, but the bystander is clear. I can see that Mr. Shen has you in his heart. It's just that she still has a youthful obsession in her heart, so she is trapped and can't return to her family so quickly. Take my advice and stop arguing with her. Just be patient and bear with it. You've really gone too far this time. Ms. Shen has Miss Guo Guo in her heart. It's hard for her to accept what you said, so it's normal for her to get angry. I interrupted what she was about to say and made the call coldly. After asking the lawyer to draft a divorce agreement and send it to me, I handed it to Assistant Shen Mei. Xiaoqi, I won't make it difficult for you. If you still insist on not letting me go, then I will have no choice but to call the police. Shen Mei has no right to restrict my freedom and force me to do something I am unwilling to do. My bone marrow is in my body. I don't want to donate it, and I won't donate it. She hesitated for a long time, but finally sighed and gave way. As I passed by her, I stuffed the divorce papers into her arms. Please help me hand it over to your CEO Shen. Also, the grave she dug for a stray dog was indeed her daughter's. If she doesn't believe it, she can go to the cemetery and look up the information. Guo Guo was rescued in this hospital at the time, and the body was also notified of death here. Mr. Shen can go to the morgue to investigate himself. No matter what I do, I can't cover up everything and make the hospital and the cemetery cooperate with me. When I left, the assistant with a frown on his face looked shocked, as if he had heard something incredible. Even from a distance away, I could hear her mumbling, how could this happen? I didn't lie. If possible, even if I died, I would never use my daughter's accident as an excuse to call Shen Mei back. I no longer care about her love. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. Maybe this is God's punishment for me. Chapter 5, Shen Mei burst into tears. After I went home, packed my things and moved out, Shen Mei kept calling me. I thought about it and realized that there was no point in avoiding it. Some things still needed to be said. I think she already knows the truth by now. Then after the call was connected, she refreshed my understanding again. Even after I said that, she still didn't believe me. Is it that you don't want to believe it or that it doesn't matter? Her mind was full of Xu Zhizhou. When she learned that I had left the hospital, she called me in a rage. Lin Shen, I'll give you 1 hour, get back here right now. Can you please stop making such a fuss? It's just donating bone marrow, it's no big deal. The boat is in a critical situation now, and we really need it. I can give you money, whatever you want. I promise you, as long as you donate this time, I will live a good and stable life with you in the future and go home more often to accompany you and our daughter. Har, how ridiculous, she still remembers to mention her daughter. Shen Mei, are you really stupid or blind? Hasn't your assistant already given you a divorce agreement? Please sign the agreement and see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau in a month. There is nothing left for us to talk about, and I don't want to live a stable life with you anymore. Don't think I don't know that you slept with Xu Zhizhou. What qualifications do you have to say that you want to live a stable life with me now? I despise you for being dirty. How dare you mention your daughter? A woman like you is not fit to be a mother. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard the sound of something being smashed from her end. She was extremely emotional and scolded me. Lin Shen, you bastard. You just want to threaten me with a divorce agreement. I'm not afraid of being scared. If you have the guts, you can really divorce me. What qualifications do you have to look down on me? Do you think I will believe the nonsense you say? Guo Guo was born after 10 months of pregnancy. It's not up to you to say whether she is worthy or not. No matter what the grudges between us adults are, I have nothing to do with a child like her. Har, she finally said something sensible, but it was too late. Stop making up those bullshit stories about Guo Guo being in trouble. When you say these things to deceive me and get my attention, have you ever reflected on whether you are worthy of being a father? She is beyond help. At this moment, I suddenly felt that no matter how much I said, it would be of no use. A lunatic like her couldn't listen to him. After all, her mind was full of Xu Zhizhou. Then I will set her free and let her live with her Xu Zhizhou for the rest of her life. Just as I was about to hang up the phone, I heard her assistant's trembling voice from the other end. No, this is bad, Mr. Shen, this is really the lady's death certificate. I went to the morgue to ask in person, and the date and stamp are all real. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by an exclamation of disbelief with a heavy brow. No, impossible. Now you're also cooperating with that idiot and lying to me, right? I sneered and hung up the phone. The Shen Mei today is really a completely different person from the lover in my memory. I suddenly felt a little dazed. Did I really love her? What do you love about her? After I left quietly, Shen Mei went crazy. She bombarded my phone with calls all night long. But I didn't answer any of them. It was as if she ignored me when I called her again. Now it's finally her turn to try this taste. For 3 consecutive days, Shen Mei went crazy. She searched everywhere for the whereabouts of my daughter and me, spending a lot of money. I heard that her ex-boyfriend fainted 2 or 3 times in the hospital, but she didn't go to see him. She looked everywhere for my whereabouts. She asked everyone who was related to me, lowered her attitude, and begged them to tell her where my daughter and I had gone. My friend joked when he video chatted with me. Brother Shen, this is a good move. You are very good at playing hard to get. Teach me next time. I'm not trying to praise you, but what did Miss Shen look like before? We brothers have all seen her. But you don't know that she has lowered her attitude to find you and my precious goddaughter. She even said that she would do anything as long as someone provides clues. You've won a lot this time, just watch and fish for a few days, and after we get back together, the 3 of us can live a good life. Don't let my goddaughter suffer with her. Look at how distraught he is. After you 2 reconcile this time, she should know how to cherish you and won't mess around again. That sissy Xu Zhizhou is nothing but shit. He is not worth being afraid of at all. By the way, where's Guo Guo? Why didn't she come out to call me? Sure enough, this little girl got to know me after not seeing her for a few months. It seems that I have to buy a lot of snacks to curry favor with her after I finish the case here. I didn't cry when Zhao Qi said that Shen Mei lowered his posture to look for us. But when I heard him mention his daughter again and again, I couldn't help but shed tears. No matter how hard I forced myself to look at the ceiling, it was no use. Tears kept falling like pearls from a broken string. In just a few seconds, I, a grown man, cried like a dog. Zhao Qi looked at me in surprise. Damn, is it that serious? She's just a woman, and you're so moved. Hurry up and ask Guo Guo to come out and talk to me. I miss her a lot. Shen Mei, this arrogant girl, actually said that our little princess is in trouble. She is really foul-mouthed. I interrupted Zhao Qi with sobs. It's true. Guo Guo really had an accident. 8 days ago, on Shen Mei's birthday, she was in a car accident and died on the way to give Shen Mei a cake. I don't know how I finished. But the suffocating feeling of excruciating pain in my heart overwhelmed me again. I cried so hard that tears streamed down my face and I couldn't get out of it. I don't know when the phone was hung up. That night was my daughter's 7th-day death, but I couldn't sleep. I wanted to see her so much that I took a few sleeping pills and forced myself to sleep. But after waking up from the dream, tears were still with me. I didn't dream about my Guo Guo, and she didn't come into my dream. Early the next morning, I received a call from Zhao Qi. He actually rushed back from abroad overnight and asked me the exact location of the cemetery. When she was alive, Guo Guo was very dependent on him and was very close to him, so I told her the location of her daughter without thinking too much. I also brought my daughter's favorite food and rushed over. It happened that a monument was being erected today, and I also had to write the words on it. At noon, when Wu had just finished painting the tomb of his beloved daughter Chen Guo Guo, he suddenly heard a heart-wrenching cry from behind him. When I turned my head, I saw Shen Mei had broken down emotionally, his body was shaking, and he was pointing in the direction of me and the tombstone. His pupils were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. She fell to her knees with a plop, already trembling with nervousness. What's going on? Lin Shen, you are lying to me, right? My Guo Guo is clearly still waiting for me at home. With tears streaming down her face, she crawled forward on her knees. When she saw the black and white photo on the tombstone, she became more and more excited to the point of madness. No, no, you are all liars. My daughter, my precious daughter will never leave me. It's you. You didn't take good care of her, right? Lin Shen, how the hell are you a father? She was so young, how could she die? She grabbed my arm and shook it hard. She was so emotionally stimulated that she became a little crazy and cried and laughed all the time. Yes, she's not dead. My Guo Guo is not dead. You are lying. You must have hidden her. Give her back to me. Give my daughter back to me. She beat me like crazy, crying hard and in great pain. Zhao Qi, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and kicked her hard, sending her flying far away. Shen Mei, you bitch, how dare you blame my brother? What were you doing when Guo Guo got into trouble? You were fucking spending time with that sissy in a foreign country. After Guo Guo died, you actually dug up Guo Guo's grave and gave it to a mere stray dog just to please that sissy. Are you still a fucking human? Do you have a heart? Chapter 6, Retreat in Embarrassment. Boom. There was suddenly a burst of lightning and thunder in the sky, and I remembered that the weather forecast did not show that it would rain today. After a moment, large raindrops began to fall. I stretched out my hand and let the raindrops fall on my palm, staring at the tombstone blankly. Shen Mei behind me struggled to crawl to my side. She held my hand tightly, her tone full of pleading. Lin Shen, I beg you, don't lie to me anymore. Where is Guo Guo? I miss her very much. She is our daughter. How can you say she is gone? She must have been hidden by you, right? Please, don't do this anymore. Tell me where Guo Guo is. Let's live a good life as a family of 3. I will never. She frowned and shouted at the top of her lungs. Before she could finish, I raised my other hand and pointed at the tombstone. Guo Guo is here. This is not the first time you have come here. You even personally ordered people to dig up Guo Guo's grave. You've seen her urn, too, haven't you? My tone was cold, no emotion could be heard. The scene where she had people dig up Guo Guo's grave is still vivid in my mind. I will never forget it in my life. This is my nightmare, and it will also be Shen Mei's nightmare. Hearing this, Shen Mei held my hand tighter. At this moment, her lips were a little bruised, and raindrops were dripping on her body. Her hair, which was usually meticulous, was now messily stuck to her face. She shook her head with trembling lips. No, Guo Guo is not here. Guo Guo is not here. Please. At the end of her speech, her voice became lower, and it seemed that even she could not convince herself. She gradually let go of my hand and slid to the ground again. I stood up and left a few last words before leaving. Do you know why it suddenly rained heavily today? Guo Guo knows you are here, she is crying. Why don't you want to see her for the last time? She asked me if you didn't want to see her because she was disobedient. Just kneel down in front of her tombstone and answer her question properly. I wonder if you have the nerve to answer. After saying that, I walked away. Zhao Qi followed me and spat at her. After walking a few steps, we heard shouting and crying behind us. Guo Guo. My daughter. After getting in the car, Zhao Qi looked at me with red eyes and said, are we just going to let this matter go and let that woman go? And her adulterer? I remained silent. Zhao Qi started the car. It was not until a long while later that I whispered back to him. No, I don't want to be entangled with them anymore. Once I get divorced, everything will be over. It's time to divorce. You should have divorced a long time ago. If you had, how could Guo Guo have become like this? Zhao Qi gritted his teeth and wiped away his tears as he spoke. I shook my head slightly and closed my eyes. It was my fault. I shouldn't have kept pestering Shen Mei. If I had divorced her earlier as she wished, nothing would have happened. It was because I was too obsessed that I caused Guo Guo's life. Now it's too late and I can't let myself make any more mistakes. A few days later, I still hadn't received the divorce agreement from Shen Mei. Isn't she in a hurry? Now that Guo Guo is gone, the only bond between her and me is gone. Shouldn't she quickly go through the divorce procedures with me and return to the arms of her lover? With the little bit of maternal love she has for Guo Guo, these few days should be enough for her to recover. In order to break up with her as soon as possible, I went to her company. Popular group. For big words suddenly caught my eye. Mr. Lin, why are you here? When Assistant Xiao Qi saw me, there was some pity in his eyes. Is Chen Mei here? I said in a cold tone. Boss Shen hasn't come to the company for several days. I am now handling all the company's affairs. Mr. Shen has not eaten or drunk at home these days. Have you given her the divorce agreement? I raised my hand impatiently to interrupt her. I don't care what happens to Shen Mei. I only care about my divorce agreement. I gave it to her, but Ms. Shen tore up the divorce agreement. She said she would not divorce you. I frowned. Is this Shen Mei up to some trick? Where is she? Mr. Shen went to the hospital and has some things to deal with. I understood that her lover Xu Zhizhou was still in the hospital waiting for help. When I arrived at the hospital, I went straight to Xu Zhizhou's ward. Through the small window, I saw a blurry figure standing in front of the bed. It should be Shen Mei. As soon as I opened the door and went in, I smelled a hint of blood. I subconsciously frowned and tried to find the source of the smell. In addition to Shen Mei, there were 4 bodyguards in the ward. They were holding down Xu Zhizhou's limbs and covering his mouth. Xu Zhizhou on the bed was pale and struggling constantly. When he saw me coming, he looked at me in horror with his round eyes. My heart tightened, and I didn't quite understand what this was doing. Lin Shen, you are here, how do you know I am here? Shen Mei's tone was so gentle that it seemed like water was about to drip out. At this moment, I just felt nauseous and even got goosebumps all over my body. What are you doing? I heard a ticking sound but I couldn't find where it was coming from. Until Shen Mei smiled at me and pointed to the ground on the other side of the bed. I am making our daughter's murderer pay with blood. I walked over and took a look, and the scene made me cry out in surprise. Xu Zhizhou's wrists were cut several times. The dripping sound I heard was not water, but blood. Blood dripped onto the ground, but there were only a few drops, so it must have just started. Seeing my frightened look, Shen Mei came over and held my hand. Don't be afraid of Lin Shen, he will be fine soon. His blood will dry up in a while. I felt like I was struck by lightning. I wanted to break free from Shen Mei's hand, but I didn't have the strength. I wanted to escape, but found that my legs seemed to be nailed to the spot. Then, I turned my head stiffly and looked at Shen Mei in disbelief. Do you know what you are doing? Stop now, you are committing a crime. Shen Mei still looked at me gently and smiled. No, Guo Guo came to me in a dream last night. She said that she wanted to make this man pay with blood. It was Guo Guo who asked me to do this. The smell of blood in the ward became stronger and stronger, and I suddenly felt my stomach churning. Xu Zhizhou on the bed suddenly began to struggle violently, not knowing where he got the strength from. Mum? Chen Mei, how could you do this to me, you bitch? It's not like I want to kill your daughter. Don't forget that you are still pregnant with my child. After hearing this, I was shocked again. It turned out that Chen Mei was pregnant. I looked at Chen Mei's belly in surprise. Chen Mei suddenly became panicked. She grabbed my hand and explained anxiously. No, I won't have his children, Lin Shen, I will only have your children. The next second, the second nightmare of my life appeared again. Shen Mei picked up the fruit knife beside her and stabbed her in the abdomen. The donated blood instantly dyed her white dress red. Seeing this, I was already extremely sad and nervous, and I suddenly fainted. Chapter 7, Past Events. When I opened my eyes again, it was 2 days later. All I saw was a sea of white. I slowly turned my eyes and realized that this was a ward. The memories from before slowly began to return. I frowned and tried to struggle to get up, then I heard Xiao Qi's voice from the side. Mr. Lin, you finally woke up. How do you feel now? I'll call a doctor right away. Without waiting for my answer, he rang the bell next to the bed and the doctor came over quickly. It's not a big problem. I'm just too tired and a little malnourished. I'll just need to go back and rest more and eat something good. Thank you, doctor. Xiao Qi looked at me with red eyes. It was the first time I saw her like this. It was as if I had died once. Mr. Lin, I know you've been traumatized recently, but you have to take care of yourself too. Guo Guo is gone. If she knew that her beloved father and mother were lying in bed because of her, she would be so sad. Hearing this, my brows unconsciously frowned. Fruit. I had a very long dream. In the dream, there was no Shen Mei, only Guo Guo and I. I took Guo Guo around the world, and until I saw her get married and have children, everything was very happy and perfect. But the scene changed, and she suddenly looked at me covered in blood. Guo Guo grabbed my hand and asked me why her mother refused to come see her. If her mother came to see him, she would stick with it. But she still couldn't wait for her mother to come. I held her little hands like this until they became cold. I couldn't help but start to tremble. After waking up, I have to accept the reality, accept that Guo Guo is no longer there. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door, and Zhao Qi came in. You finally woke up. You scared me to death. I was wondering, why is it Xiao Qi who is taking care of me here? Have you seen the doctor? Is everything okay? It's okay, I'm just a little tired. I can be discharged from the hospital today. I was scared by the sound of my own voice, it sounded so weak. Okay, I'll go get you hospitalized and take you back later. When saying this, Zhao Qi glared at Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi looked at me somewhat embarrassedly, and she seemed to be hesitant to speak. I knew what she wanted to say, but I didn't ask her. Given Shen Mei's condition, I probably wouldn't be able to get a divorce agreement now. Zhao Qi helped me up and Xiao Qi hurriedly walked to my side. Mr. Lin, can you go see our CEO Shen? She is also in the ward now. Originally I was going to take care of her, but she told me to stay with you. Our president Shen is really worried about you, please go see her. Before I could say anything, Zhao Qi, who was supporting me, scolded me directly. What's so good about that? She deserves it. She refused to even see her daughter for the last time before she died, so why should she let Lin Shen see her? To be honest, I really admire that bitch for stabbing herself in the stomach. It's just a pity that there weren't 2 lives lost for 1 body. She is so cruel to her own child. She did that to Guo Guo, and now she directly killed the baby in her belly. This woman really gives me the chills. After hearing what Zhao Qi said, the scene of the pure white dress being stained with blood flashed before my eyes. Just like Zhao Qi said, this woman is really cruel. Not only is she cruel enough to attack herself, she is also cruel enough to attack her own children. What's more, that was her child with the man she loved most. How could she do that? After changing my clothes, I felt more energetic after moving around a bit. After packing up, Zhao Qi and I prepared to leave. As soon as I reached the door, I met Xiao Qi who was supporting Shen Mei and coming to the ward. I was still a little surprised to see her. The 2 times I met her, she looked more embarrassed than the last time. Now, Shen Mei's face was extremely pale, even transparent. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. Her hands were covering her abdomen where the knife had been inserted. Lin Shen, you're awake. Are you okay? I was so worried. I thought I would never see you again in this life. It was that tone again, making me feel sick to my stomach once again. Zhao Qi was still standing in front of me. What does it have to do with you? Do you still want to pester him? Sign the divorce agreement quickly. I won't divorce you, Lin Shen. I will never divorce you. Let's live a good life and have another child of ours. Child. If she hadn't said this, perhaps I wouldn't have said a word to her today, but she mentioned the child again. I walked past Zhao Qi and stood in front of her. She looked at me with a frown and an expectant look on her face. Lin Shen, we. Snap. A clear and loud voice rang out in the ward. I hit Shen Mei. It was the first time I hit her. I also hope it's the last time because I never want to see this person again. She covered her face in disbelief and slowly turned to look at me. Lin Shen, you actually hit me. I sneered. Yes, she was the only one who hit me before, so how could I dare to hit her? She should be surprised. Don't mention the child in front of me, and don't mention Guo Guo anymore, you don't deserve it. I am Guo Guo's mother. Why am I not worthy of her being our child? I know I misunderstood, and that's why you didn't go to meet Guo Guo for the first time, but I don't want Guo Guo to get into trouble either. At this moment, I didn't know where I got the strength from, but I directly grabbed Shen Mei's neck. I gradually applied more force to my hands, and her face suddenly became more bloodshot, but it was red. Xiao Qi at the side wanted to stop me, but was pulled aside by Zhao Qi. Are you worthy of being her mother? Do you know why she had the car accident? He was trying to buy you a birthday cake. Shen Mei, let me ask you one question, do you remember when your daughter's birthday is? Have you ever spent her birthday with her? You've never bought her a birthday cake, but she's so young, and to buy you a cake. Having said this, my voice has begun to tremble uncontrollably. To buy you a cake, such a big car just drove right over her. Do you know how much pain she was in? When I saw her, she was covered in blood. Her favorite powder blue dress has been dyed bright red. It's all her blood. Why is Guo Guo so stupid? She clearly knows that you don't love her at all, and you have never smiled at her. She is still foolish enough to try to please you. Don't you think that both my father and I are stupid? Chapter 8. Sorry. Shen Mei's face turned red and the veins on her forehead popped up. I gradually applied force to my hands, but she didn't struggle at all. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She should cry, but even if she shed all her tears, she couldn't bring back our child. I don't know, I really don't know. She managed to squeeze out these words. Even if you knew, you wouldn't take it to heart. When I called you, you were with your lover. In your heart, how can a daughter be more important than a lover? You always accompany your daughter on her birthday, so she asked at the end, is it because she is not well behaved that you don't come to see her? That's why she wants to foolishly please you. You will never be able to atone for your sins in this lifetime. I let go of her hand and said this, I wasn't feeling any better myself. It hurts so much, not in my hands, but in my heart. Sign the divorce agreement, and I'll end it all with you. Shen Mei took deep breaths, and then she shook her head violently. No, Lin Shen, I can't divorce you. I can't leave you. I know this is all my fault. I know I did it all wrong. Please give me a chance. Please forgive me one more time, okay? Just for the last time, and I promise I will never do that again. Shen Mei grabbed my hand and begged. I glanced and saw that her abdomen was faintly red. The wound must have split open, but she seemed to feel no pain at all. Yes, the physical pain at this moment is nothing compared to the pain in my heart. I didn't answer. I looked at Zhao Qi beside me. Zhao Qi understood and let go of Xiao Qi. He walked to Shen Mei and pulled her away. I walked out of the ward, and behind me I heard Shen Mei's horse shouting. I didn't look back. Then I heard a thud. It should be Shen Mei falling to the ground, but I still didn't look back. There's no going back. After getting in the car, Zhao Qi seemed to be hesitant to say something, and only asked me when we got home. You're not going back to your old home now. I shook my head. Why would I go back? I'm just waiting for the divorce agreement. But Guo Guo's things are still in that house. Hearing this, I raised my head suddenly. I had been in a trance these days and had not thought about this most important thing. Yes, all of Guo Guo's things are in that house and I haven't taken them out yet. You're right. I'm going to bring Guo Guo's things back. I am now extremely glad that I bought a house outside, otherwise, I really would not be able to find a place to stay now. I stood up but my steps were obviously a little unsteady, and Zhao Qi immediately stopped me. Okay, don't go now. Wait until you recover first. Anyway, Guo Guo's things are there and no one will touch them. I thought about it and nodded. He was right. Shen Mei was in the hospital now and she would not touch Guo Guo's things. You should take a good rest first. It will be over once you get the divorce agreement. Zhao Qi sighed. I haven't had any desire to eat these days, but I forced myself to eat because I know Guo Guo is watching me from heaven. She certainly doesn't want to see me unable to eat or sleep at night. I have to cheer up and go to Shen's house to get Guo Guo's things back. That belongs to me. If Shen Mei wants to occupy it, I might kill her. I arrived at the Shen family. When the housekeeper saw it was me, he was stunned for a moment, then ran in immediately. When she came out again, she was smiling. The previous butler had never greeted me with a smile. After all, he always looked at his master's mood. Sir, please go in quickly. The lady is waiting for you inside. I showed no expression and walked straight in. When I walked into the living room, I saw Shen Mei sitting on the sofa. The sofa was full of things. I recognized them at a glance. They were all Guo Guo's skirts. What are you doing? Why did you take out Guo Guo's skirt? When I got closer, I found that Shen Mei's expression was not much better than before. She still looked at me with a smile on her face. I want to accompany Guo Guo. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Shen Mei, could you please stop pretending? Please let Guo Guo go. You didn't want to see her for the last time, and she doesn't want to see you again. Give me all her things, I want to take them away. I even feel that if Guo Guo's things were allowed to stay with Shen Mei again, Guo Guo would die with regrets. Where are you taking it? Lin Shen, didn't we agree that we will live together happily and have many more children? Shen Mei hugged my waist, and I immediately pushed her away. There were only a few times when she threw herself at me, only once to be exact. That was the time she took revenge on Xu Zhizhou. Did I ever tell you not to mention this again? I feel sick. Shouldn't you be very happy now? Without me and Guo Guo, you can be with your lover openly. No one will stop you anymore. Let me go, and let Guo Guo sign the divorce agreement. Let me take Guo Guo's things away. She looked at me with red eyes and deep eyebrows. No way, I will never let you take Guo Guo's things. I am her mother, and she grew up in this house. I can't possibly divorce you. I want to be with you forever. Don't even think about getting rid of me in this life. Our family of 3 will be together forever. A family of 3. How could this person be so disgusting? Anyway, if you want Guo Guo's things, then we can live together. Otherwise, I won't let you take them away. She waved her hand and several bodyguards stood on both sides. I knew she was threatening me again. It seems that I can't take Guo Guo's things away today. I can't take them by force, so I can only use my wits to take them. I have been in a state of extreme anxiety these days. I haven't got Guo Guo's things back, and I haven't received the divorce agreement yet. Divorce is fine, I can file for divorce, but what about Guo Guo's things? Before I could come up with a solution, I received some news. There was a fire at the Shen family's house. I ran through countless red lights, and the moment I got out of the car, I heard a hoarse scream. Guo Guo. The person behind him grabbed Shen Mei as he tried to rush out. Guo Guo's things are still inside. Fruit. I was about to rush in but was stopped by several bodyguards and firefighters. I collapsed to the ground, staring at the raging fire in front of me. The fire was so intense that it was definitely impossible to put it out. After a while, 2 firefighters brought a man out. I looked up. It's Xu Zhizhou. He looked at me with a smug look on his face, and then laughed wildly. I rushed towards him and started punching and kicking him. Why? Why won't you let my daughter go even though she's dead? You wouldn't even leave me her last things. Chapter 9 Nonsense. The firefighters stopped me, and it was then that I noticed that Xu Zhizhou was wearing a hospital gown. His face was dark, but it couldn't hide his paleness. His right hand was still wrapped in a bandage, which was stained red with blood. Yes, he was in the hospital a few days ago and had his wrists cut and bled by Shen Mei. He should be staying in the hospital now. Why did he come to the Shen family again? Several policemen carried Xu Zhizhou into their police car. I turned around and saw that Shen Mei had fainted. The people from the Shen family were also very anxious. I wanted to go in, but the firefighters wouldn't let me in. No matter how much I begged, they said it was too dangerous inside and couldn't let me in. I stayed in the car for a day and a night until the next day, when the firefighters evacuated and the Shen family's house was reduced to ruins. I got out of the car with stiff steps. As soon as I entered, it was pitch black inside. I turned on the flashlight on my phone to illuminate the road ahead. This is completely different from the Shen family I am familiar with. I took a step forward and ran straight to the second floor to Guo Guo's room. The door of the room had collapsed, and I guess there was probably nothing left inside. When I walked in, it was just as I expected. Everything inside was pitch black and almost everything was in ruins. I squatted on the ground regardless of anything and tried to find something complete, even if it was just one thing I could keep as a memory. But everything was reduced to ruins. I collapsed to the ground, and in an instant I felt that everything in this world had no meaning to me. I clenched my fist tightly, and just caught a handful of ashes in my hand, and something hard hit me. I opened my hand and saw it was a hairpin. I still remember that this hairpin was a pink one that my daughter liked when I went shopping with her in the mall a few months ago. Guo Guo likes this hairpin very much and must wear it on her head on Saturdays and Sundays. Yes, hairpins are made of metal, and metal things don't burn easily, I suddenly realized. Right. Iron box. Guo Guo loved writing diaries. At that time, I always joked with her and asked her to show me her diary. Guo Guo also said that she would wait until she turned 18 to show me her diary, and we even made a pinky promise at that time. There was not only a diary in the iron box, but also many letters. No one knew who he wrote them to. I got up and started searching frantically. I remembered that the iron box was on the table next to the bedside table. The bedside table had been burned beyond recognition. But the iron box was missing. I searched for it for a long time and searched every corner of the house. My white shirt had turned completely black, and my hands were covered in dust mixed with blood. Something is wrong. It is impossible for everything in my daughter's room to be completely burned. No matter how big the fire is, some things cannot be completely burned. It suddenly occurred to me, is it possible that Shen Mei had put away her daughter's things in advance? I turned around and was about to leave the room, but almost bumped into Zhao Qi. You scared me to death. I knew you were here. Look at you. Seeing me like this, Zhao Qi looked distressed and immediately took out a tissue to wipe the blood off my hands. Come with me to the hospital right now. Where else are you going? I just want to go to the hospital. Is Shen Mei going to the hospital? Zhao Qi frowned. How would I know where he went? Why do you care about her? Look at yourself. He glanced behind me with a complicated expression. The room was already burnt beyond recognition. Get out now, there's probably nothing left in here. I grabbed Zhao Qi's hand, my tone very excited. Guo Guo once had an iron box, but it is not in this room. It may have been taken away by Shen Mei. Not all of Guo Guo's things may have been burned. They may be with Shen Mei. I want to go find her. Seeing how excited I was, Zhao Qi had no choice but to help me down the stairs. Just now my leg was accidentally scratched by the fallen pillar, and some blood has seeped out from the edge of my suit pants. Let me take you to treat your injury first. Shen Mei has just been discharged from the hospital not long ago. Now he has suffered another shock. He is probably still lying in the hospital. When Zhao Qi said this, he sighed deeply. I just looked out the window and the sky started to clear up. After the doctor treated my wound, Zhao Qi and I couldn't wait to go to Shen Mei's ward. There were 2 bodyguards standing at the door of her ward. When they saw me coming, they consciously stepped aside. I pushed the door open and walked in, leaning on the bed with a scowl. The housekeeper was reporting something to her. When he saw me, the housekeeper immediately stepped out and looked at me with a gloomy brow and red eyes. Lin Shen, Guo Guo's things are gone. Where did you hide Guo Guo's things? I asked directly, and he looked at me with a puzzled look. What do you mean by that? What do you mean I hid Guo Guo's things? Her things are all in the room. Guo Guo also has an iron box. It's impossible that the iron box was completely burned. I looked for it, but I couldn't find anything. Hearing this, she frowned. From the look on her face, it seemed like she really didn't know anything. I don't know. I don't know what iron box Guo Guo has. I sneered. How could he know? She probably doesn't even know how old his daughter is. That's true. You haven't paid attention to her, so how would you know? You said you didn't take the iron box. Shen Mei looked a little embarrassed and nodded. Not me, I really don't know. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Ask the butler if he put away Guo Guo's things. Shen Mei immediately retorted, it's impossible that without my order, they would never dare to touch Guo Guo's things. I was puzzled. This was a bit strange. If no one touched it, where did that thing go? How about this, I'll send someone back to check again and see if we can find anything. I nodded. Although I didn't want to talk to her calmly at this moment, it was the only way to do so for Guo Guo's things. I waved to Zhao Qi, and he walked to my side very reluctantly, and we both sat down on the sofa. She raised her eyebrows and looked at me several times, wanting to speak, but when she saw my expression, she became a little timid. I simply closed my eyes and began to rest. After a while, the housekeeper came back. His hair, which was usually combed meticulously, was now a little messy. Miss, I just went into Guo Guo's room and looked for it, but there is no iron box like you mentioned. Chapter 10 Ex-Wife. Then he wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued, Guo Guo's room had always been cleaned by Aunt Zhang. She said a suitcase was missing from the room. Hearing this, I frowned. Yes, I bought the suitcase when I took Guo Guo out for a trip. Shen Mei still looked at me with a confused expression. She naturally didn't know about these things. Yes, there is a pink suitcase. Guo Guo likes it very much. There are many stickers on it. I didn't notice it when I first went there, mainly because everything was burned. Considering the material of the box, it shouldn't be easy to burn it so cleanly. Mrs. Zhang is still at the scene. There are photos of the young lady's room. We are comparing them 1:1 to see if there is anything missing. I nodded. Although I always felt that the Shen family was not a good place for me, I had to admit that they were a wealthy family and were much more professional than me in doing things. What's more, I am in a state of extreme grief and my mind is not clear. It is not easy for me to recall the past. Send me a photo of Guo Guo's room. Shen Mei instructed the housekeeper with red eyes, and the housekeeper immediately took out his cell phone. Zhao Qi on the side sneered, "Now I know, I didn't even go into your daughter's room before. What's the point of looking into her room now that she's gone?" Shen Mei and the housekeeper remained silent, and I didn't say much either. What Zhao Qi said was right. The person is no longer with us, so there is no point in recalling their past by looking at their belongings. Therefore, there is no point in leaving Guo Guo's things with her. After the housekeeper went out, he came back after a long time. "Miss, we have invited professionals to help us identify it, but the results will probably not be available until a day later. Then we will know what the ruins left in the room are." He turned to look at me with a frown, and I sighed and stood up. "If that's the case, I'll come back tomorrow." Shen Mei called me, "Lin Shen, can you stay and accompany me?" "Sure, you sign the divorce agreement and we'll go through the divorce procedures." When he heard the word, divorce, Shen Mei showed a painful expression again. "I don't want to divorce you." I glanced at her coldly, turned around and left with Zhao Qi. I heard hurried footsteps behind me and the butler stood in front of me. "Are you okay?" I didn't have a good face to him. After all, he didn't have a good face to me before. It was normal because he grew up watching Shen Mei. Naturally, I stood on her side. He, like Chen Mei, thought that I had forced Chen Mei to give birth to a daughter. As a result, he was not that nice to Guo Guo. "Sir, the young lady has just had an operation and has suffered such a great shock. You should stay and accompany her." I frowned and stopped Zhao Qi, who was about to go up to argue with him. "I'll stay with her." "Who is she?" "I want to stay with her." "Can you please take a closer look?" The only bond between her and me is gone. Guo Guo is no longer with us. As long as she and I get divorced, we will have no relationship at all. You asked me to accompany her. She had a miscarriage with her lover's child, and I came to accompany her. Why didn't you go find Xu Zhizhou? Oh, by the way, Xu Zhizhou should be in prison now, right? Hurry and get him out, otherwise your young lady will be very sad. The butler looked at me strangely and with some surprise. He seemed not to have expected that I would speak to him like that. In the past, I had always been humble and submissive in front of him. I know that Shen Mei values this butler very much, so I dare not offend him. After a moment, he calmed down and said, "I know you are just angry for a moment, but you should also know that Guo Guo's death has nothing to do with the young lady. It was purely an accident. Now that the young lady has bowed her head and admitted her mistake to you, you should forgive her." "Should I forgive her?" I laughed out of anger. Does this guy really think that I am still the same Lin Shen who was submissive to them before? It couldn't have been possible from the moment my daughter died in my arms. I'm telling you, I will never forgive her in my life, so stop showing off in front of me. If you know what's good for you, quickly persuade your daughter to sign the divorce agreement for me. Otherwise, I won't be nice to her. If she gets sick because of me again, don't blame me. I glared at him and strode away. After getting in the car, Zhao Qi looked at me with some surprise. "You looked so handsome just now. You let out all the frustration you've endured." "Yeah, I was such a coward before. I wish I hadn't been such a coward earlier. If I had been like this before, Guo Guo wouldn't have to endure so much anger, and wouldn't have to get into a car accident just to please Chen Mei. It seemed like all this was because of me, and that I had done it wrong from the beginning. I shouldn't force it on someone who doesn't love me at all." I shook my head and said, "Let's drive. But I still have to remind you, judging from the attitude of Shen Mei and their housekeeper, it won't be easy for you to divorce her." "Of course I know it's not easy. Even if I file for divorce, I don't have much confidence now. With Shen Mei's ability, she was able to hire the best lawyer, but I can't. How about I give you an idea?" "What's your idea?" I turned and looked at Zhao Qi. "Collect some photos of Shen Mei and Xu Zhizhou cheating on their partners. As long as they cheat, public opinion will not be on their side. This will also be advantageous to you when the divorce lawsuit is filed. And maybe we can even share some of the property. I have no interest in their family's property. Shen Mei has always believed that I am with her just for their money. You're really overthinking it. If I want to make money, I have the ability to do so. I do admit that I was love-brained and I gave up my career for her and this child. In order to prove that I was not greedy for her property, I never took any money that should have belonged to me. As a result, I don't have much money now. Apart from that house, I only have a few 100,000 yuan. It is indeed difficult for me to win this lawsuit. In the past, it was very easy to take photos of the two of them cheating, but now. Chapter 11 Cooperative Acting. But I remained silent, and Zhao Qi touched my arm. What do you think of this idea I gave you? Isn't it the best? Don't you know Shen Mei's attitude toward Xu Zhizhou now? She killed their child with her own hands and also hurt Xu Zhizhou. I don't know why Shen Mei suddenly changed so quickly. But judging from her current attitude, it seems that she really has no feelings for Xu Zhizhou anymore. Didn't they show off their affection on Weibo before? Can't this be used as evidence? After Zhao Qi reminded me, I opened my phone and clicked on Weibo. Xu Zhizhou's Weibo account has been deleted. Even if there are photos, they cannot serve as strong evidence. Zhao Qi snorted coldly and said, "This woman is sad because she suddenly lost Guo Guo. She is unwilling to admit that this matter is her responsibility. That's why she put the blame on Xu Zhizhou. She hates Xu Zhizhou very much now. Once she recovers from this, she will know who her true love is. It's definitely not you. It must be Xu Zhizhou. By then, the two of them will be in love with each other, so don't worry, you can wait." After listening to him, I nodded, as if what Zhao Qi said made some sense. She loved Xu Zhizhou so much and had loved him all her life. How could I stop loving him because of Guo Guo's incident? That's true. I can wait a little longer and get evidence that they are having an affair. Then the divorce will definitely be in my favor. Even if she comes up with any other ideas, I will just release the photos, and the Shen family will have no choice but to divorce me to save face. When I got off the car, Zhao Qi called me. "You're going to the hospital tomorrow. I'd better go with you. I'm worried about you going alone." "It's okay, I'll go alone, you still have to go to work, don't worry about me. Zhao Qi has helped me so much. Over the years, he is the only friend I have left. I am not a loner, but Shen Mei doesn't he like my friends? In her eyes, my friends can only be called bad friends. She always makes friends with people from the upper class, while my friends all come from ordinary families and have ordinary jobs, which she doesn't look down on at all. In order to please her, I had to cut off contact with them. Zhao Qi was different, he came from a good family and had a good job, so Shen Mei turned a blind eye. Thinking of this, I sighed silently again. After returning home and tidying up briefly, I lay on the bed and opened my phone's screensaver, which was still Guo Guo's photo. A tear rolled down from the corner of my eye. I thought about changing the screensaver so that I wouldn't have to hold back the urge to cry every time I took out my phone. But I'm afraid Guo Guo will blame me. The next day, I consulted a lawyer at home, but the result was not what I wanted. It's still the same reason. The Shen family is much more powerful than me. It's not that easy for me to get a divorce. At noon, I called Xiao Qi and asked her about the inspection of Guo Guo's room. She told me that the results were out and had been sent to Shen Mei, and asked me to go to the hospital. I hung up the phone and went out immediately. When I arrived at the ward, I learned that Mr. and Mrs. Shen had returned. As soon as I entered, a slap landed directly on my face. There was a snapping sound, which sounded particularly crisp in the ward. "You are such a jinx. Since you came to our house, I don't know how much bad luck you have brought to our family. Forget about your incompetence, but we don't expect a loser like you to do anything. I didn't expect that you couldn't even take care of a child. How did you take care of Guo Guo? She was so young, and you let her go out alone. Why don't you just die?" Father and Mother Shen cursed at the top of their lungs in front of me. They went on vacation abroad more than a month ago. I guess they saw the news and Shen Mei couldn't hide it any longer, so they rushed back. They have always disliked me. They have the same idea as Shen Mei and think that I am coveting the Shen family's property. But Guo Guo is their granddaughter. Chen Mei doesn't like Guo Guo very much, but they still like her very much. Veins popped out on Father Shen's forehead, and he pointed at my nose and cursed. "Get out of here. I don't want to see you again." Hurry up and divorce my daughter. If you stay in our family, I don't know who you will bring down. A weak voice came from Shen Mei. Dad, don't blame Lin Shen. This isn't his fault. Let him in. Why let him in? Hasn't he done enough harm to our family? Shen Mei looked helpless. She glanced at the housekeeper, who nodded and persuaded Shen's father and mother to leave. I walked to Shen Mei's bed and she looked at me with a distressed expression. Lin Shen, are you okay? My dad didn't mean it, he's just too anxious right now. I'm fine. This isn't the first time I've been slapped by your father. I can't even count how many times I've been slapped by her father. Maybe I'm used to it. I didn't react for a moment. But tell your dad that if he hits me again next time, I will definitely fight back. I'm not sure I can handle the beating. Hearing my threatening tone, Shen Mei frowned. Lin Shen, I've already told you, my dad didn't mean it. He's old and gets anxious easily. He gets anxious easily, so should I be beaten by him? Fine, he's old, and you're not, so you should take it for your father. He looked at me with a complicated expression, as if he didn't expect me to say such a thing. Maybe the difference between me before and after is too big, and they couldn't accept it for a while, and I don't have that much time to waste with her. Are the test results out yet? She nodded and gave me the test form. This is the result of the test. It was based on the residues at the scene. Some things were burned too badly, so they can't be seen. But the iron box and the suitcase you mentioned are indeed missing. There are many pictures on this document, all of which are black, and it is actually impossible to tell what they are. I touched them with trembling hands. Even though I didn't know what these things were, I knew they all belonged to my daughter. It was something Guo Guo had used before, and it was also something that had accompanied her for a long time. A teardrop fell on the document. I sniffed and handed the document back to Shen Mei. Chapter 12. These things have nothing to do with me. Have you met Xu Zhizhou? I asked this out of the blue and Shen Mei was startled. Why would I go see him? I won't see him. He set the fire in your house. Don't you want to investigate it clearly? Why did he set the fire? I asked back. He frowned and remained silent. After a long while, he looked at me with red eyes. Lin Shen, please don't mention that person anymore, okay? From today on, that person will disappear from our lives. He will go to jail. Even if there are no casualties this time, I will make him spend the rest of his life in jail. He won't interfere in our lives anymore, and we can live together happily from now on. If you don't want to have a baby, then we won't have one. Guo Guo is our only child, okay? Shen Mei stretched out his hand and tried to hold my hand, but I cleverly avoided it. I've already told you once before, don't say such disgusting things in front of me. I feel sick just seeing you now. I came to you because of Guo Guo's matter. If I stay with a woman like you for one more second, I feel like the whole air is dirty. People like you should be treated like Xu Zhizhou. You two should spend the rest of your lives in jail together. Hearing this, Shen Mei looked painful, her chest kept rising and falling, and it was unclear whether she was angry or sad. Why can't you forgive me? About Guo Guo. I raised my hand impatiently to interrupt her. I don't want to argue with you about this matter, I just want to find out where my daughter's things are. I've asked someone to check the surveillance video. The housekeeper will tell us soon. Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Guo Guo's things were missing, so someone must have taken them away on purpose. But who is this person? Apart from Shen Mei, I really can't think of anyone else. If not her, who else would do this? About 10 minutes later, the housekeeper knocked on the door and came in. We found the surveillance video. It turns out that Xu Zhizhou took Guo Guo's things away. He packed some things in a suitcase and left. When did he take the things away? I asked before Shen Mei could speak. But the butler's expression looked a little strange. He looked at me, then looked at Shen Mei, and finally lowered his head. Seeing him like this, I walked over anxiously and pushed him directly. Let me ask you, when did he take the things away? The anger in my tone was already very obvious. If he didn't say anything, I wouldn't be able to help but take action. Shen Mei looked at his hesitation and became a little angry. Tell me, what happened? When did he take it away? I am not surprised at all that Xu Zhizhou was able to enter the Shen family. After all, this is not the first time that the two of them have had an affair at home. When Mr. and Mrs. Shen were not at home, she would sometimes bring Xiaoxu back. After a moment, the housekeeper raised his head and said with an embarrassed look, "It was the night after Guo Guo was buried." At first I was still confused. Shen Mei and I looked at each other, both confused and even a little confused. Why was the housekeeper in such a difficult situation? The next second, it dawned on me. Suddenly, my mind went blank and my steps became unsteady. The housekeeper immediately came over and supported me. "Are you all right, sir?" I shook my head, took a few steps back and sat on the sofa. At this moment, my heart began to ache violently. With a worried look on her face, she struggled to get out of bed and sat next to me. "Are you okay?" Lin Shen called out quickly. "No, leave me alone." I shook her hand off and she looked at me with a hurt face. I looked up at the housekeeper. "Are you sure?" "It was the day after Guo Guo was buried." "Yes, I am sure." After getting the answer, I felt like a death row inmate who was finally sentenced to death. Shen Mei still looked confused. "What do you mean? I don't understand. When did you know that Guo Guo was really dead?" He answered blankly, "Isn't it when I called you later, and then when I came to the cemetery?" "Yes, that happened a few days ago, but Xiaoshu took the things away the day after Guo Guo was buried." "What does that mean?" Shen Mei's voice suddenly began to tremble, and she asked tentatively. "That means he knew it a long time ago." "Yes, he knew about Guo Guo's burial before you did." "Shouldn't he be in the hospital the next day, waiting for me to give him a bone marrow transplant?" My question made Shen Mei's face pale. He suddenly grabbed my hand and I broke free again. "Don't touch me." "Wait a minute, what do you mean?" I didn't react. "Butler, tell me what you mean." The butler looked embarrassed again. He looked at me for help. I sneered. "Then let me tell you, Xu Zhizhou, who is terminally ill, is not sick, he is just pretending. He knew about Guo Guo's death before you did, and took away Guo Guo's important things before us. But there is one thing I want to ask you. Why did you choose the cemetery in Guo Guo so accurately to give to your stray dog?" When she heard me ask this, Shen Mei suddenly started breathing rapidly, and she tightly grasped her heart. I knew she felt the same way I did just now, and her heart suddenly ached. After a long while, she finally came to her senses and slowly turned her head to look at me. "You mean Xu Zhizhou deliberately chose that cemetery? He knew Guo Guo was dead. He knew Guo Guo was standing there, and he wanted to dig up Guo Guo's grave." I didn't answer, I just accepted it. "So that's it, it turns out Xu Zhizhou knew it a long time ago." I was wondering, how could it be such a coincidence? They chose Guo Guo's grave. Then I sneered and looked at Shen Mei. "Your lover was really good to you, letting you personally order the digging of your daughter's grave. They also took your daughter's things and burned your whole family. He is indeed good. You two are a match made in heaven. But no matter how good he is, I still have to go and get my daughter's things back." After saying that, I stood up to leave, but Shen Mei suddenly grabbed my hand. "I'll go with you." "No, I'll go by myself." "If you go, he may not give it to you." Hearing this, I paused. Shen Mei was right. Xu Zhizhou's target was probably Shen Mei, not me. I had no choice but to follow Chen Mei to the prison. When I saw Xu Zhizhou, I frowned. Chapter 13 Amnesia. From the day I met him, the image of him in my mind was that of a gentle and refined scholar. He has a strong scholarly air, dressed in a suit and tie and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looks like a successful person, completely different from me who is taking care of children at home. But now, he was wearing prison clothes and had a shaved head. I wonder what Shen Mei would think when he saw him. Seeing us coming, Xu Zhizhou didn't seem surprised at all. He smiled at Shen Mei with some love in his eyes. "I just think it's ridiculous. If I wasn't here to get Guo Guo's things, why would I be like a light bulb here?" Shen Mei picked up the phone before me. "Where are Guo Guo's things? Tell me. Do you really want to know?" "Of course, that's my daughter's stuff," Shen Mei said hurriedly. "If you really want to know, then let me out. Otherwise, your daughter's things will soon disappear." I knew that there must be conditions for getting Xu Zhizhou to hand over the things, but I didn't expect him to be so smart. Was all this part of his plan? Did he steal Guo Guo's things just to save his life? But how did he know that Shen Mei would blame him? Guo Guo's death has nothing to do with him. This obviously doesn't make sense, but at the moment my mind was on Guo Guo's things and I didn't think too deeply about it. "Even if I let you out, I will never let you live in this world." The threat in Shen Mei's tone was very obvious. After hearing this, Xu Zhizhou looked sad. Shen Mei, you know how much I love you, don't you love me anymore? Guo Guo's death is not my fault. Shen Mei snorted coldly, if it's not your fault, is it my fault? I want you to pay for my daughter's life. I now believe what Zhao Qi said. It is true. That is why Shen Mei's feelings towards Xu Zhizhou suddenly changed. Because she didn't want to torture herself, she wanted to blame her daughter's death on someone else, and that person could only be Xu Zhizhou. If you say so, then you will never find your daughter's things. She looked at me with a frown on her face, and I knew she was asking for my opinion. Let him come out and hand over the things when he comes out, otherwise we won't let him go. Anyway, the two of them will be reconciled soon, and he will come out sooner or later. It would be better to let him come out, so that he can be of some value and give me Guo Guo's things. Shen Mei agreed, and Xu Zhizhou looked ecstatic. Shen Mei, I know you still love me, and I love you too. When I come out, let's live a good life, okay? Hearing this, my stomach churned. The two of them really were a perfect match, and they always spoke in exactly the same way. I stood up and walked out first. When Shen Mei saw me leaving, he hurriedly put down the phone and followed me out. Lin Shen, I released Xu Zhizhou purely for Guo Guo's things, don't think too much about it. After he hands over Guo Guo's things, I will not let him have a good ending. Believe me. I looked at her impatiently. What does it have to do with me? I just want to get Guo Guo's things. As for what you two want to do, it has nothing to do with me. And let me ask you again, do you not want to divorce me? Shen Mei nodded without hesitation, his eyes very determined. I won't divorce you. I want to be with you forever. I know I did a lot of wrong things in the past, and I want to make up for it. Please give me a chance. I pulled the corner of my mouth and raised my finger to point inside. Many people here will beg the judge and the police to give them a chance. Can they get it? If it can be obtained, then what is the need for this place? After saying that, I turned around and left. These days I have been thinking that I can't continue to degenerate like this. Guo Guo is gone, but my life goes on. If I really want to file for divorce from Shen Mei, I need a certain level of financial strength, but I have been at home since I graduated and married Shen Mei. I don't have any career to make money from, so it's too difficult for me now. I studied Chinese opera performance, and I had always planned to be an actor, but now I am almost 30 years old. At this point, I have missed the best time to become an actor, but I can't seem to find any other way to go except this one. I read a lot of information online, but nothing suits me. Just when I was anxious, Shen Mei called me and told me that Xu Zhizhou had been released. He asked us to meet at his house. I packed up immediately and rushed to the designated location. Shen Mei was waiting for me downstairs. Let's go. She followed me and said anxiously, do you think he will do anything weird? I paused and she almost bumped into my back. That's your lover. You ask me if he will do anything weird. Are you sick? Lin Shen, can you please stop saying that? I have nothing to do with him now. You are the only one in my heart. I raised my hand to interrupt her, please, don't say that, I really feel disgusted, he is the only one in your heart, you have to believe it. When I arrived at the door, I rang the doorbell and the door was soon opened. Xu Zhizhou was standing at the door wearing a hat. Come in. After entering, I always felt that the room was very cold. Where are my daughter's things? I got straight to the point. Xu Zhizhou seemed not to hear it. He walked to the kitchen and brought out 2 glasses of water. Don't worry, drink some water first. Naturally, Shen Mei and I didn't move. I didn't dare drink his water, in case he poisoned me to death. Seeing that we didn't move, he smiled again and said, you don't think I would do anything in the water, do you? I'm not that stupid. No, I'll ask you again, where are my daughter's things? Give them to me, I'm leaving. He simply ignored my words again and turned to look at Shen Mei. Shen Mei, have you thought about what I said that day? What did you say? Shen Mei frowned and looked at him in confusion. I said that when I get out, we will live together happily, you and Lin Shen will divorce, and we will get married. When I heard this, I thought it was a great idea, as it would solve a big problem of mine and I could divorce Shen Mei right away. But Shen Mei suddenly became angry, Xu Zhizhou, I tell you, there is no possibility for me and you. I will never have anything to do with you again in this life. Hand over my daughter's things and get out of here. Chapter 14 Strong Strength. Hearing this, Xu Zhizhou looked hurt, and he looked at Shen Mei pitifully. Shen Mei, Guo Guo's death really has nothing to do with me. Guo Guo was very cute, and I was also very sad when she died. But it doesn't matter. We will have many children in the future. We can have a few more. Before he could finish, Shen Mei picked up the water on the table and splashed it on Xu Zhizhou's face. Shut up and stop talking nonsense. Don't you understand what I said? I let you out because you have my daughter's things. Otherwise, I would keep you in prison for the rest of your life. If you keep dragging your feet with me, even if you hand over the things, I won't let you leave easily. Shen Mei threatened viciously, and Xu Zhizhou wiped the water off his face helplessly. He suddenly looked at me and laughed. Is it because of him? Are you falling in love with Lin Shen? That's impossible. You've never loved him in your life. You're with him, marry him, and have children with him all because of me. Now that I'm back, why are you still following him? At this point I no longer had any patience left. These words shouldn't have been said in front of me, and I didn't care what happened to either of them next. Shen Mei nodded. You are right, the person I love has always been Lin Shen, but I deceived my own heart before. Now I see clearly, do you understand? Hand over the things quickly. I interrupted their conversation impatiently. I don't think he will hand over the things easily today. Call your people up. Shen Mei definitely couldn't have come here alone, so he left a few bodyguards in the corridor. As soon as he gave the order, the bodyguards would rush in. After hearing what I said, Xu Zhizhou immediately became anxious. No, I'll just give you what you want. As he said that, he stood up and walked to the room, then took out something, which was Guo Guo's suitcase. It's Guo Guo's pink suitcase. The moment I saw it, my eyes unconsciously became red. I immediately walked over and took it from him. I didn't want him to touch my daughter's things. Chen Mei also came over and squatted with me. I opened the suitcase and found a Polaroid camera, a stack of photos, and a thick stack of envelopes. Those were the letters that Guo Guo had been writing secretly before, and no one knew who they were written to. There was also an iron box containing his diary. I was quite righteous and didn't burn all your daughter's things. She raised her head with a frown and glared at him. Why did you burn our house? What on earth are you thinking? Nothing, it's just that day you said you wanted to break up with me. I was a little upset, so I got burned. Xu Zhizhou looked nonchalant, as if he had done something very ordinary. Oh, I forgot to ask you, are you not sick? You don't need a bone marrow transplant at all. You lied to me, didn't you? After hearing this, Xu Zhizhou suddenly burst into laughter. You finally realized it. I thought you were so stupid. I'm not sick. I just want Lin Shen to see clearly. I want him to see who is more important to you, me or him. Isn't it obvious now? You asked him to give me a bone marrow transplant, so he should know it. So his place should be mine. Hearing this, Shen Mei's chest kept heaving with anger. I didn't react much, because I already knew that this guy only knew how to play such tricks. Anyway, as long as it has nothing to do with me or my daughter, I won't meddle in it. Besides, I never planned to donate bone marrow to him. I was about to leave with my suitcase, when suddenly a question occurred to me and I looked at Xu Zhizhou. By the way, how did you know Guo Guo had a car accident, and how did you know that the cemetery was hers? This is something related to Guo Guo, so I need an answer. I guess. Xu Zhizhou spoke briefly and to the point, but I knew he was lying. Tell me, how did you know? Even I didn't know. Guo Guo is no longer here, so how did you know? That day you told me that the cemetery had a good feng shui, so you asked me to order people to grab it. That means you did it on purpose. You already knew that this was Guo Guo's grave. Shen Mei looked at him with a strong expression, and the condescending look surprised Xu Zhizhou a little. I told you, I guessed. But I can guess why he did that. He might also want to test whether your daughter is more important to you or she is more important. He won again because he is more important. After I said this to Shen Mei, she turned and left. When she told me to leave, Shen Mei hurriedly followed me. Xu Zhizhou called her name from behind. Shen Mei, do you really not want me? I'm asking you one last time, do you not want me anymore? How could you do this to me? But he didn't get Chen Mei's answer, because Chen Mei was anxiously explaining to me. Lin Shen, I really didn't know that Guo Guo was gone at that time. I thought you were lying to me. If I knew, how could I have done that? This is my fault. Can I admit my mistake to you? Can you forgive me? Now that I have gotten Guo Guo's things, I no longer want to be entangled with him. As for the divorce, I will use my own methods. I got in the car, and Shen Mei was still tapping on the window. I ignored her and just started the car and drove away. As soon as I drove out of an intersection, I found that Shen Mei followed me. She was driving very fast and almost hit a tree on the side of the road. Seeing this, I sighed and had to stop. Shen Mei's car stopped crookedly next to me, blocking the road. She ran to my car in her high heels and knocked on the glass hard. I put the glass down without turning to look at her. Lin Shen, I am Guo Guo's mother. Even if you don't want to care about me, I still have a share of Guo Guo's things. Can you show me what's written in there? I looked at her impatiently. What does this have to do with you? Now you know you are Guo Guo's mother. When she begged you to sleep with her for one night, why didn't you tell her that you were her mother? When she asked you to go to the amusement park with her, why didn't you go? When she asked you to go to the parent-teacher conference, you didn't go. When she was sick and needed you most to be with her, you were not there. How dare you say she's his mother? Chapter 15 Cooperation. After saying that, my eyes turned red and I turned my head away. Even without looking at Shen Mei, I knew that her defense must have been broken again at this moment. I don't want her to touch Guo Guo's things. But didn't you tell me that Guo Guo wanted me to meet her at the last moment? She missed me very much, and I want to take one more look at her last things. Hearing this, I was stunned for a moment. Yes, no matter how badly Shen Mei treated her, the child still liked her mother. When she was about to leave, she kept waiting for Shen Mei, hoping that her mother would come to see her again. I just didn't wait. I don't know whether Guo Guo would blame her, but as Shen Mei said, at least at the last moment, Guo Guo missed her very much. I closed my eyes and let out a long breath. Get in the car. Shen Mei nodded immediately, walked around the other side and got into the car. I opened Guo Guo's small suitcase and took out everything inside. This is Guo Guo's diary. She said she would only show it to me when she's an adult. This is a letter written by Guo Guo, but I don't know who it is written to. As soon as I finished saying this, I saw a line of small words on the envelope. To Dad. I looked at the next letter, which was addressed to my mother. I couldn't help it, my nose felt sore and I almost cried again. This is for you, you can look at it. Shen Mei took the envelope with trembling hands. When she saw the crooked words on the envelope, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She held the envelope against her chest with a frown on her face. I knew she was reluctant to open it. Can I take the letter I wrote home? Okay, this is for you from Guo Guo. I replied to her with red eyes. I picked out all the letters written to Shen Mei and handed them to her. Since this was what Guo Guo wanted to write to her mother, I would still follow Guo Guo's wishes. Picking up the photos, I looked at them one by one. They were all taken by her when Guo Guo and I went out together before. Some were taken with a Polaroid camera, and some were taken with her little genius phone watch. I have to say that Guo Guo has some talent in photography. I discovered it before, so I bought her a Polaroid camera. The photos she took are not only beautiful, but also make people feel very warm. But when I saw the next photo, I was stunned. The person in this photo is Shen Mei, but even though it was her back, I still recognized her at a glance. I looked at the next photo, it was still Shen Mei, it was when she was working in the study, the next one was when Shen Mei was eating, and the next one was when Shen Mei was taking a nap on the sofa. Almost all the photos below are of Shen Mei. Judging from the angles, these photos were all taken secretly. Guo Guo took the photos of Shen Mei when she wasn't paying attention. I handed the photos to Shen Mei. Shen Mei was a little excited. She took them and looked at them one by one, and then her crying became louder and louder. Guo Guo. It's Mom who's sorry for you, my Guo Guo. Why did Guo Guo take so many photos of me? He looked at me with a frown and tears in his eyes. What do you think? Because you never treated her well and never accompanied her. She wants to talk to you, but as soon as she opens her mouth you scold her. So she can only take pictures of you secretly. Look at you in the pictures. Guo Guo never told me about this, and I never knew she had done such a thing. Now that I know about it, I just find it ridiculous. It's true. Guo Guo inherited it from me. Both my father and I are so stupid. Looking at Shen Mei crying so heartbreakingly, I didn't feel a bit of heartache or sympathy. She deserved it. Okay, you've seen what you need to see, and you've taken your stuff, so get off the bus now. I didn't care that she was crying and gasping for breath and just chased her away. She wiped away her tears and said, Linshan, I beg you, can you forgive me? I really did something wrong. I was deceived by Xu Zhizhou before. He always told me that you were with me for money. You asked me to give birth to Guo Guo in order to consolidate your position in our family. That's why I reject you and Guo Guo so much. But in fact, I have always had you in my heart, but I can't stand deception. But now I really see it clearly, I regret it, can you give me a chance? I looked at Shen Mei in disbelief. She was still pushing the blame onto Xu Zhizhou. They are birds of a feather, that's right. I have said this countless times, and I really don't want to repeat it again. There is no possibility for us to be together in this life. If you don't want a divorce, then I will file for divorce. It doesn't matter. I can sue. I can always find a way out. After saying that, I started to pack up Guo Guo's things. I wanted to keep these things well. This is the last memory she left me. Shen Mei still refused to get out of the car, and she suddenly held my hand. Are you sick? Don't you understand what I'm saying? I suddenly raised my voice, which startled her. I want to ask you about Guo Guo. What about the driver who hit her? Did he plead guilty? I said impatiently, nonsense, do you think I will let him go? He was caught on the spot, has already confessed, and is in prison. What's your name? Zhu Jianye. After that, I looked at her strangely, what do you want to do? He took my daughter's life, what do you think I want to do? I sighed helplessly. It was definitely the driver who hit Guo Guo. But the driver didn't do it on purpose, and he has already paid the corresponding price for his wrongdoing. I see that Shen Mei looks like he is going to kill someone. So what are you going to do? Are you going to kill him and then go to jail too? I want to kill someone. Do I need to do it myself? I suddenly laughed. That is true. I had actually forgotten about it. Shen Mei is a member of the Shen family. They have endless means at their disposal. It is easy for her to kill anyone she wants, and she doesn't have to take any responsibility. The driver didn't do it on purpose. He's already in jail. He has a family too. If you take his life, what will happen to his family? Then what should I do? He took Guo Guo's life, shouldn't I seek retribution from him? I frowned. Haven't you already asked Xu Zhizhou to pay for his life? You say it was this person who harmed Guo Guo, and then you say it was that person who harmed Guo Guo. Have you ever thought that it might be your own fault? After hearing what I said, Shen Mei suddenly screamed like crazy. How is it possible? How could it be that I harmed Guo Guo? I love her so much, she is my daughter. Chapter 16 Lost. Looking at her crazy look, I frowned. At this time, I couldn't help but admire Zhao Qi. He seemed to understand Shen Mei better than I did. She pushed the responsibility onto other people and was unwilling to admit her own fault. If you say so, I don't have anything to say to you. Just do whatever you want to do. Just don't drag me into it. Linshan, I was really wrong. Give me another chance, and I will get rid of those people and won't let them block our way. I became even more impatient, so I got out of the car and went around to the other side, opened the door and dragged her out. Get out of here now, don't drive me crazy. After getting in the car, I started the car and drove away. After driving for a while, I looked in the rearview mirror and didn't see anyone following me, so I breathed a sigh of relief. After returning home, I thought that after getting Guo Guo's things back, I could start to cheer up and start my new life. But what I didn't expect was that I couldn't sleep at night every day looking at the photos of Guo Guo and me. Even if I fell asleep for a few hours, I would always dream about Guo Guo. I dreamed that she was covered in blood and looked at me and said she wanted her mother. Every time I woke up, I would burst into tears and fall asleep while crying. The next morning I would find my pillow was still wet. When I saw those parents who lost their children on the internet before, I always felt that they were too sad and exaggerated. Even if I lost the child, my life would go on and I could have another child. But now that this kind of thing has happened to me, I realize that losing a child is like losing the whole world. I want to pick myself up and start a new life, but I can't. It wasn't until Zhao Qi came to my house and saw that I was either sleeping or drinking all day that he looked at me with disgust as soon as he came in. Look at what you look like now. If Guo Guo knew, would she be happy? She doesn't even want to get close to you. You reek of alcohol, and even I dislike you. After hearing this, I immediately pushed away all the wine bottles in panic. Yes, you are right. Guo Guo hates me drinking the most. I never drink. If Guo Guo knew, she would definitely not want to get close to me. She wouldn't even want me to hug her. But last night she didn't want me to hold her either. She said she wanted her mother. Doesn't she know? Her mother hates her so much. Her mother never hugs her or kisses her. Why? Why is she as stupid as me? She is about to die, but she still doesn't repent. As I was talking, I started to cry bitterly. I knew I was feeling extremely helpless at that moment, but I really might not be able to stand up again. After a while, I was tired and thought Zhao Qi had left, so I started groping for the wine bottle again. Zhao Qi slapped my hand away. You forgot what you just said, right? I think you have amnesia. Are you still here? I laughed foolishly and Zhao Qi gave me a displeased look. If you continue like this, Guo Guo will not have an easy life in heaven. In her eyes, her father is a hero. But look at the way you look now. You are nothing like a hero. You are just a bear. I laughed at myself and said, you're right, I'm just a bear. How can I be a hero? I can't even find a job. Zhao Qi frowned, as if he hadn't expected that I was doing this for this reason. You said you couldn't find a job, so why don't you just tell me? I swayed a bit, then struggled to sit on the sofa. It's not because of this. Even if I have a job now, I can't get myself motivated. Listen to me first. You have to find something to do in your current situation. You are studying acting, and with your appearance, you are far better than those male stars in the entertainment industry. I pulled the corners of my mouth, but couldn't laugh. If this had been said a few years ago, I would still believe it. At that time, I had always been the top student in the class, and I had good conditions both in terms of my major and appearance. I'm not narcissistic, all the teachers say so, and I'm the one they like the most. At that time, my homeroom teacher told me that I must continue to improve my acting skills in the future. I verbally agreed, but later I fell in love and forgot about this matter after I married Shen Mei. My heart was tied to her, and later I had a talk with my class teacher. After listening to me, she sighed and felt it was a pity, but didn't say much. After all, it was my own choice and she had no way to interfere. Now, after Zhao Qi said this, I remembered that there might have been blame in the look in his eyes when he looked at me at that time. He spent so much time and energy on me in the hope that I could become a good actor in the future, but I failed to fulfill his wish. What do you think I can do now? I can't do anything. You're studying acting. You're so handsome and have good professional qualities. You can just debut right away. I smiled and shook my head. It's not that easy to say. If you want to debut, just debut. Let me tell you, I know the boss of a company, but his company is not very big, but it's not bad. How about I introduce you to an entertainment company? No, I'm not in the mood right now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi's face turned red with anger. You don't have any thoughts. You don't have any thoughts about anything. I see that Shen Mei doesn't want to divorce you and insists on pestering you. Will you have any thoughts at that time? Hearing this, I was panicked for a moment. Yes, I still have a very important thing to resolve. Now Shen Mei and I are still husband and wife in name. I can't win the lawsuit against her. Her family is powerful, so what should I do? For the first time, I suddenly felt helpless. A few days ago, I was still thinking that I would fight her to the end, but today I felt like a deflated ball. I see that you drink too much and your brain is numb. What you need to do now is to restart your life and we can talk about the divorce later. I turned to look at Zhao Qi. How can we talk about it later? This is the most important thing for me. You can't divorce Shen Mei now, and you don't have the ability to file a divorce lawsuit against her, so you should first improve your career, and then you can make money, right? Hearing this, I nodded with a little slow reaction. Zhao Qi was right. I need to have a career first. I need money first. Chapter 17 Cooperation. I don't know if it was what Zhao Qi said that day that suddenly woke me up. From that day on, I was like a chicken with its blood pumped up. I sent out my resume everywhere, but all of them fell on deaf ears. But I did not lose heart. In Guo Guo's eyes, I am indeed her hero. I hope that even if she is no longer by my side, she will be looking at me in heaven and know that I am still a hero. Shen Mei hasn't contacted me during this period, and I am very happy. It would be best if we keep this distance between each other and meet again on the day of our divorce. No one was interested in my resume, so I had to go to the entertainment company that Zhao Qi had told me about. He has some working relationship with the boss and can be considered as someone who has some say. This entertainment company is relatively small and was established not long ago. I think if they are really willing to sign me, no matter the size of the company, as long as they can give me a job now, it will be great. Don't be nervous. Mr. Wang is a very nice person. He and I are from the same hometown. We can get along well. In the elevator, Zhao Qi kept comforting me. He could see that I was indeed a little nervous, as this was also my first interview. I had sent out many resumes before, but never received any interview information. This time I skipped the first step. Zhao Qi had already talked to Mr. Wang and brought me directly to the company for a meeting. When we arrived at the office, Zhao Qi and Mr. Wang hugged each other warmly, and then introduced us to each other. When Mr. Wang heard my name, he frowned. But he quickly recovered his composure and took us to sit down. Just now I heard you say your name is Lin Shen, is that right? Yes, my name is Lin Shen. Mr. Wang frowned. Are you related to the Shen family? After hearing this, I was subconsciously stunned, and then nodded. I am still married to Shen Mei from the Shen family. I was wondering why your name sounded so familiar? Even though I just came here, I have heard of it. So it's you. I smiled awkwardly. What's wrong? This has nothing to do with them. I came out to find a job on my own. Besides, we have been separated for a long time and will get divorced. Mr. Wang waved his hand and looked at me with a complicated expression. You are the son-in-law of the Shen family. Your family also has an entertainment company. Do you want to sign a contract with other companies? Does your wife know? I said we will get divorced. You should already know what happened to us recently. Hearing this, he looked at me apologetically. I know. I've heard about your daughter. But you are from the Shen family. I suddenly realized why all the resumes I sent out were ignored. Yes, no matter what, I am still related to the Shen family. Those companies didn't dare to accept me. If I hadn't come to meet Mr. Wang directly today, I might still not know why no one notified me to go for an interview. Mr. Wang, even if Lin Shen is related to the Shen family, it won't cause any trouble, right? Zhao Qi asked immediately. How come it's not a problem? What kind of family is the Shen family? I'm just a small entertainment company, I can't afford to offend them. After hearing what Mr. Wang said, I understood that this was already a relatively tactful rejection on his part. That won't do, Mr. Wang. You promised me before. How about this? Don't worry about his identity for now. Just look at his appearance. Do you think he can make his debut? Mr. Wang sighed, feeling a little embarrassed. If you just look at his appearance, then it's definitely possible. He is indeed very handsome and photogenic. But mainly because of his identity. Zhao Qi interrupted him. Don't look at his identity, he is about to divorce Shen Mei. He has given the divorce agreement several times, but she has not agreed yet. Yes, you said she hasn't agreed yet, but he is still a member of the Shen family. What if the Shen family tries to make things difficult for him? I felt a chill in my heart. It seemed that all those companies thought this way. It would be extremely difficult for me to find a job as the son-in-law of the Shen family. If they still want to make their debut, it would be equivalent to exposing themselves in front of hundreds of millions of people. These companies dare not take the risk of offending the Shen family. Why don't you think about it again? It might be okay to do some other work, but it might not be possible to make your debut. Mr. Wang handed me a cup of tea, with some regret in his tone. If it weren't for your status, I would really like to sign you. When you came in just now, I felt that you still had the look of a star. By the way, how's your major? I took out the resume from my bag and handed it to Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang looked at me with some surprise. I really didn't expect that your resume when you were in college was so rich. Your major is also very good. It's okay. I replied softly. I didn't feel like sitting here anymore. The ending was already determined anyway. It's a pity, it's really a pity, otherwise you can wait until you get divorced before coming back. I took back my resume. The reason why I was in such a hurry to find a job was because I wanted to strengthen my strength. Only when I became stronger could I get a divorce. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have to wait. No need. I don't want to embarrass you. It's okay. Let's just be friends. Mr. Wang smiled and nodded. That's right, let's just treat it as making friends. By the way, to express my apology, let's have dinner together tonight. Don't reject me, otherwise you don't consider me a friend. I really wanted to refuse, I was not in the mood, but Zhao Qi gave me a look and I had no choice but to agree. In the evening, we went to a restaurant. I never drank before, but after Guo Guo left, I became addicted to drinking. Okay, don't drink so much, you'll get drunk later. Zhao Qi kept persuading me, but I still wanted to drink. After all, my acting career was over, and I probably wouldn't be able to be an actor in this life. This is not the main point. The key point is that my road to divorce is becoming more and more difficult. I was just about to raise my glass to toast Mr. Wang when there was a bang and the door of the room opened. So you're here, they said you came here to eat, but you didn't even ask me to have a drink with you. I heard a rough voice behind me. I turned around and saw a man in a suit with a big belly holding a glass of wine, walking towards Mr. Wang. Who is this person? I asked Zhao Qi in a low voice. Zhao Qi shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Chapter 18 No Reason to Reject. It's Boss Liu. It's been a long time. When did you come back from abroad? Mr. Wang immediately raised his glass, and the two of them clinked glasses and drank. Then the man called Boss Liu sat down next to Mr. Wang. I came back yesterday, thinking I would meet you in 2 days, but I didn't expect to run into you by chance. Who are these two? Don't even introduce them. Hey, this guy is quite handsome. Is he your new signing? Boss Liu looked at me and smiled. After hearing what he said, I felt even icy colder. Mr. Wang was a little embarrassed. No, it's just two friends who came to eat with me today. Let me introduce you. This is Boss Liu. Boss Liu is a big boss. Does Shen Yu Entertainment know about this? Zhao Qi nodded repeatedly. I know. Who doesn't know Shen Yu Entertainment? I lowered my head and I didn't know. Since I got married and stayed at home to take care of my children, I no longer know about this information from the outside world. At the beginning, I wanted to know some of it, but the more I tried to know, the more confused I became. I could have shined on my own stage like them, but now I can only stay at home. Later I automatically blocked this information, so I have no idea what company it is. I took out my phone and checked Crescent Entertainment, and it turned out to be the largest entertainment company in the country. I raised my head and looked at Boss Liu again. In my eyes, this man instantly seemed extraordinary. I was able to set up this company thanks to the help of Boss Liu. We met by chance abroad. Otherwise, I would not have been able to open this company at all. So, Boss Liu is my greatest benefactor. Mr. Wang was still chattering away. I didn't hear anything they said afterwards, and it had nothing to do with me from now on. Boss Liu suddenly raised his glass and toasted me. Come on, let's have a drink. This guy is quite handsome, just my type. Don't get me wrong. When I say liking, I don't mean liking the artists that I sign to my company. They have to fit my aesthetic standards. You are one of them. Come to think of it, I actually think you're somewhat suitable for a role. Before he could finish his words, Mr. Wang pushed his shoulder. Okay, I'm drinking with you, why don't you talk about other nonsense and don't talk about work? What's wrong with you? Isn't our job to recruit people anytime and anywhere? Are you blind to see such a handsome guy here? Boss Liu rolled his eyes at him. Boss Liu looked at me again and asked, Young man, what is your major? I felt a little embarrassed and glanced at Mr. Wang, whose expression also looked a little complicated. Seeing that we were all silent, Boss Liu looked confused. What are you doing? I'm asking you, is this some kind of off-limits topic? The more we did this, the more curious Boss Liu became. Okay, stop asking. It's a bit of privacy. Mr. Wang whispered in his ear, but the voice was loud enough for Zhao Qi and I to hear it. What's private or not private? I'll ask him what his major is, and I can still give him a role. Boss Liu suddenly raised his voice, which startled Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang leaned close to his ear with a helpless look on his face. His name is Lin Shen, and he is the son-in-law of the Shen family, that Shen family. After listening to me, Mr. Liu put the wine glass on the table and looked me up and down. He looked at me with a strange look and I didn't know what he was going to do. After a long while, he finally spoke, "So you are the son-in-law of the Shen family. What is the Shen family? Do I take it seriously?" President Wang touched his arm and said, "Don't talk nonsense when you're drunk. The Shen family is very powerful in the local area. You're talking as if I have no strength. I have so many businesses abroad, what did I say? I don't even take his Shen family seriously." Mr. Wang clicked his tongue and said, "I know, but you have to keep a low profile." After a few words between the two of them, I finally understood what was going on. It seems that Boss Liu is really quite capable. I frowned and a plan came to my mind. "Boss Liu, this is the case. Actually, I came to Mr. Wang's company for an interview today. I want to be an actor, but due to my identity, no company accepts me." "Because of your identity?" Boss Liu looked at me curiously. "What's wrong with your identity? Aren't you the son-in-law of the Shen family? Those companies don't dare to hire you." I looked at him with a mixture of laughter and tears. Yes, they have their own concerns. Shen Mei and I are getting a divorce, and I no longer live in the Shen family. It's just that divorce may not be that easy, but I want to have a job of my own first. I originally majored in opera performance, and I'm pretty good at it. Just like you said, my image is also okay. I wonder if Boss Liu can give me this opportunity." After hearing what I said, Zhao Qi looked at me in surprise. "You looked like you were dying just now, why are you talking so much now?" I curled the corners of my mouth. Now there is such a good opportunity in front of me. Since Boss Liu doesn't take the Shen family seriously, he is definitely not afraid. If he is not afraid, why should I be afraid? Hearing this, Boss Liu looked at me with a smile and said, "I like your appearance, and I also like your personality. You don't need to be afraid of the Shen family. I'm telling you, I'm going to sign a contract with you today. I just happen to have a role that's perfect for you, the male lead. I've been looking for the most suitable male lead for a while, but I couldn't find one. It wasn't until I saw you today that I felt enlightened. Well, you come back to the company with me later and we'll sign the contract." I was naturally delighted to hear this, but Boss Liu looked clearly drunk at the moment, and I was worried that he was just talking nonsense. "Boss Liu, how about this? When you sober up tomorrow, I'll come to your company and we'll talk about the contract. Such an important matter should be discussed when you're sober." Boss Liu suddenly laughed a few times. "I know you are worried that I will make promises after drinking. Ask Mr. Wang if I am that kind of person." Mr. Wang looked at me and nodded. Although he often gets drunk, he is definitely not someone who makes promises easily. But in my opinion, we should sign the contract tomorrow. It's too late tonight. You can have a good talk tomorrow. You can even make some demands. Mr. Wang winked at me. Chapter 19 Introduction. After exchanging contact information with me, Boss Liu left in a swagger. After he left, Mr. Wang and Zhao Qi's eyes kept lingering on me. "Why are you looking at me like that?" I put Boss Liu's business card in my bag and asked them. "You really impressed me just now. You looked quite handsome when you volunteered to recommend yourself." Mr. Wang gave me a thumbs up as he spoke. I chuckled. There was nothing I could do about it. As an ordinary college graduate, it was not easy for me to get a job in a company. Even with the recommendation of the class teacher, after signing the contract, one still had to beg for the role in a humble manner at the dinner table. Now, this matter has only been postponed for a few years. Boss Liu's appreciation is a very important opportunity for me. It may very well become a major turning point in my life. I must not miss this opportunity. By the way, Mr. Wang, is this Boss Liu reliable? I don't know much about this company, and I don't know much about it either. Hearing this, Boss Liu looked at me as if he had seen a ghost. You haven't even heard of him. You don't even know his company. Zhao Qi on the side also rolled his eyes. I see you've gone crazy in that Shen family. You've cut off all ties with the outside world, right? President Wang waved his hand and said with a smile, it's okay, it's okay. Anyway, you didn't know it before, but now you have to start to understand. This Boss Liu not only has a company, he is also very rich. So his company has its own investment projects. The latest project he is preparing seems to be a modern drama. I think he wants you to play the leading male role in this drama. You may not know much about the dramas produced by his company, but anyway, every one of them is a hit, and occasionally there are few that flop. So, you have to seize this opportunity. It would be best if you become famous overnight. Then, even if the Shen family wants to cause trouble for you, it won't be that easy. I smiled and nodded. I was still very grateful to Mr. Wang for considering me. Okay, I understand. Before the contract was signed and everything was settled, I was still a little uneasy. What I am worried about is the Shen family. If they knew the news in advance, everything might not be so easy. If Shen Mei knew about this, he would definitely come to stop me. Maybe after he makes such a fuss, Boss Liu won't dare to sign a contract with me. The next morning, I got up before dawn, and it was only 8 o'clock when I arrived downstairs at Shen Yu Company. I waited until 9 o'clock before I went upstairs. The secretary at the front desk took me to the door of Boss Liu's office, and I waited outside for a while. About half an hour later, Boss Liu finally arrived. When he saw me, his eyes lit up. Lin Shen, why are you here so early? Why didn't you call me? If I had known, I would have come to the company sooner. I stood up and smiled at him. It's okay, Boss Liu, I haven't been here long. He came over and put his arm around my shoulders, and followed me into the office, where he personally made me a cup of coffee. Come, have a taste of my cooking. Why are you so reserved? Why are you here so early? There is a magical power about Boss Liu that always makes people want to get close to him unconsciously. He is a very friendly person, and I think that's why his business is growing bigger and bigger. After finishing my coffee, I said, Boss Liu, I still want to explain my situation to you in detail. Maybe you didn't understand it clearly last night. I am still married to Shen Mei. I want to divorce her, but the difference in power between us is too great. She disagrees, so divorce is not that simple. To be honest, I want to debut and have my own career, and I also hope that I can become stronger so that I can win the divorce lawsuit. But if she knew I came to your company, she might do something. It is precisely because of this that other companies dare not accept me. I am also worried that it will cause you trouble, so I also want you to think it over carefully first. Hearing this, Boss Liu looked at me with more appreciation. You are a really good young man. I have never made a mistake in judging you. Don't be afraid of the Shen family. I'm not afraid of them. If they dare to mess with you, I won't let them have a good time. Let me tell you, the Shen family still wants to cooperate with my overseas company. Whether we can cooperate or not is just a matter of my words. If she dares to do anything to my artists, I will kill their newly developed overseas careers. I had a thought. Some time ago, Shen's father and mother said they were going abroad for vacation, and I felt a little confused at the time. Father Shen and Shen Mei are the same, both are workaholics. When they said they were going out to travel, I asked Shen Mei why it was so sudden. Shen Mei just glared at me at the time and didn't say anything else. It seems that they are not just going out for a trip, maybe they are going abroad to expand their business. Seeing that I was silent, Boss Liu smiled and poked my shoulder. What are you thinking? You don't believe me, right? If you don't believe me, I'll call you right now. No, that's not the case. Boss Liu, I just wanted to talk to you about something, so I won't bring any trouble to the company later. Boss Liu waved his hand indifferently. Don't think about these things, she wouldn't dare. Okay, come over quickly. I told them to draft a contract yesterday. It should have been delivered to my desk this morning. Can you see if there is anything that needs to be modified? Hearing this, my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. When I saw the contract, my hands trembled slightly. I took the contract with both hands and read it carefully. I know that Boss Liu will definitely not play any unfair terms. I went back home last night and looked up information until midnight. I have been looking at the reputation of their company and the evaluation of Boss Liu. Anyway, I can only say that there is nothing that makes me dissatisfied. Take a closer look. Don't worry. If you are not satisfied with anything, you can always raise it. Boss Liu said very considerately. When I saw that the company promised to give me at least 3 leading roles a year, my heart beat faster. Buzz buzz buzz. Just at this moment, the phone in my bag suddenly vibrated, which scared me. I picked up my phone and when I saw the words Shen Mei, my heart, which had been beating wildly, suddenly stopped. I turned off my phone with trembling hands. Before I could finish reading the next content, I hurriedly put the phone back into my pocket and signed directly. Chapter 20 Sensational News. When I signed the contract, put my fingerprint on it and handed it to Boss Liu. He hadn't finished his cup of coffee yet. You finished reading it so quickly. Have you signed it? Boss Liu stared at me. It's done for me, you should sign the contract quickly, and then we can arrange the next work. He looked at me funny. Why are you in such a hurry? Take your time to look at it. Aren't you dissatisfied with anything? You can still make some demands. I shook my head in panic. I don't have any conditions. I'm quite satisfied with everything. I'm the leading actor in 3 movies a year. What else can I be dissatisfied with? The phone call from Shen Mei just now really scared me. I was wondering if she got some information from somewhere and called to stop me. I looked at Boss Liu in an urging manner. Boss Liu smiled, then took over and began to tell his secretary to come in. After the secretary came in, they put in a lot of work and finally completed it. When I took out the contract, my heart and hands were shaking at the same time, and I put the contract back into my bag. Okay, let the secretary take you to meet your agent. I just found this agent from another company. He is very experienced and has a lot of fashion resources. With your image, you will have a lot of endorsements. But the first thing you have to do is to be the male lead. Having said that, Boss Liu paused, waved at me, and I walked to his desk and sat down. There's something I want to tell you. Do you know why I didn't ask you to try out a scene for me? I shook my head, and then I realized that I hadn't realized this before. I had practiced a section at home last night, thinking that I would give it my best performance when the time came, but a phone call from Shen Mei completely disrupted my plans, and I signed the contract in a hurry. I know that after all these years, and you have no acting experience, your acting skills are probably just so-so. What I'm interested in is mainly your image as a person, because the current leading man doesn't need any acting skills, it's just a sweet love story. As long as you are handsome and good at dating, there are no other requirements. After saying that, Boss Liu couldn't help laughing. I smiled awkwardly. Actually, I don't have much experience in dating. So what I'm thinking is that during this time, I'll hire you an acting teacher and you can take classes with him. Hone your acting skills well. You will be given some roles that require your acting skills. So you still have to work hard on your own. I nodded hurriedly. Since I had signed a contract with the best company in the industry and it had given me such a great platform, I must do my best. Only in this way, I would not be so flustered like I was today when I saw Shen Mei's call. I understand, Boss Liu. My agent's name is Zhao Hai. When I heard his name, I felt a sense of familiarity, probably because he and Zhao Qi have the same surname. Unlike others, he didn't say much after hearing who I was. He just kept talking to me about the next play. After chatting for a while, we exchanged contact information. When I turned on my phone, I saw more than 100 missed call messages and my WeChat was full. They were all sent by Shen Mei. I'm not panicking anymore because even if she knew, there's nothing I can do because I've already signed the contract. Okay, go back first. You have 2 days to rest and take care of other things. I will send you the script first. You can go back and familiarize yourself with it. You will officially start working in 2 days. Your assistant will be in place in 2 days, and I will introduce him to you then. The agent patted my shoulder and gave instructions. After leaving the company, I suddenly had a very unreal feeling. While waiting for the traffic light, I looked at Guo Guo's photo. I suddenly laughed, a happy laugh that came from the bottom of my heart. I don't know why I am happy. Guo Guo is obviously gone, but I seem to have gained something at this moment. The phone kept ringing, but I didn't answer it. After getting off the car, I walked briskly downstairs to the community, and I saw Shen Mei. Shen Mei was talking on the phone. When she saw me coming, she put down the phone. Her brows were always furrowed and her face looked very unhappy. I tried to walk around her as if I didn't see her, but she walked straight up to me and raised her hand to stop me. You've signed the contract, are you going to debut? I sighed, so fast, worthy of being the Shen family. I knew that she would definitely get the news after I signed the contract, but I didn't expect that she would know it in just half an hour. It seems that the phone call just now was to inform her of this news. Why? Why? I originally studied acting. I'm making my debut now, it's just related to my major. Do you think my major is to stay at home and take care of children? Hearing this, Shen Mei closed her eyes in pain, and then she looked at me somewhat aggrieved. I know I was wrong before, why do you still do this? I find it a little hard to understand. I just found a job. I found a job, that's all. How am I bothering you? Then why don't you tell me if you're looking for a job? You can tell me what kind of job you want to do. My family also has an entertainment company. I sneered, really? Sorry, I really don't know. You never let me get involved in these things, so I really don't know. After saying that, I wanted to walk around her, but she stopped me again. Do you know why I haven't come to see you during this period? Do you know what I'm busy with? I'm really not interested in your affairs. I don't want to know what you are busy with. What does it have to do with me? Shen Mei suddenly became angry. She stared at me intently and said, "Don't forget, we haven't divorced yet. You are my husband and I am your wife. Even if you debut and become a shining star, so what? You can never escape this fact. You can't break away from this relationship with me. As long as I don't sign, you'll be mine." Hearing this, I burst out laughing. It sounded a bit strange coming from a woman's mouth. Really? Then just wait and see. It won't be long before I walk out of this cage. Chapter 21 Founder. With a frown on her face, she sneered, took a deep breath and looked at me. I just asked you, don't you want to know what I have been doing during this time? What does it have to do with me? Of course it has something to do with you. I went to investigate the car accident that Guo Guo had. Hearing this, I was about to leave, but I stopped and turned to look at her. What did you say? What happened to Guo Guo's car accident? Don't you want to know? She looked condescending and I gave her a cold look. Of course I don't want to know about your affairs, but I have to know what you are investigating about Guo Guo. Shen Mei didn't want to argue with me, so she said, I was originally planning to deal with that family, but then I found that their family had changed a lot. That man was just an ordinary truck driver. His wife was not in good health and often went to the hospital, so his family conditions were not good. I didn't expect that when I asked someone to investigate, they not only moved to a bigger house, his wife had surgery, but their son also went to a different international school. What do you think is going on? After hearing this, I frowned. Something was obviously wrong. What do you mean? Think about it, he just hit our daughter, he went to jail, and his family suddenly changed so much. Isn't this related to the car accident? I nodded. As a normal person, I would probably think of this. But I was still immersed in the pain of losing Guo Guo, and I knew very well that the driver didn't do it on purpose, and he was not driving under the influence of alcohol. It was because Guo Guo was running too fast and he was short, so the driver didn't see him. Are you saying that the driver hit Guo Guo on purpose? I asked this question in disbelief. I didn't want to believe it. How could someone deliberately hit and kill a child? I haven't found out the truth yet. I sent someone to meet the driver, but he refused to tell the truth. I also went to meet him once, but he still refused to tell the truth. He insisted that it was an accident. I also investigated the source of the money in his family. Where do you think the money came from? I thought about it and shook my head. I really couldn't guess. He won the money by gambling abroad. His family was so poor, and he even went abroad a month ago. He won tens of millions of dollars by gambling abroad, but the man didn't give him the money at the time. He waited until later to give it to him. Coincidentally, the money was remitted to his home right after he hit Guo Guo. After hearing this, I felt a chill all over my body. Could this be a conspiracy? The car accident was not an accident at all, but was premeditated. Then who do you think did it? What did he want to do? Shen Mei shook his head. I haven't figured it out yet. I came to you because I wanted you to investigate it with me, but I didn't expect you to make your debut. After saying this, Shen Mei sneered, and I saw the disdain in her eyes. She probably thought I was just playing around. I have graduated for so many years and I have not had a job. It might be a bit difficult to do other jobs, let alone make my debut. You should know that the reason I had to debut was because I wanted to divorce you. Now that I'm suing you for divorce, I have no chance of winning. I didn't hide it. Shen Mei would know about it sooner or later anyway, and she could guess it anyway. I know your purpose, but I still say that I will not divorce you. Lin Shen, I already have Guo Guo, I can't lose you again. Before, I felt like vomiting when I heard this, but now I'm even somewhat used to it. However, after hearing this, I still feel more and more disgusted with the person in front of me. Guo Guo, I will definitely not give up on this matter. Whether I have a job or not, I will check it out. You are about to debut now, are you going to film a movie? Then how are you going to investigate? How can you have the energy to investigate the source of that matter? You are abroad, can you go abroad? I am indeed in a dilemma. If I want to investigate Guo Guo's case, I guess I have to start from the casino and see where the money came from. But I have just signed the contract, and Boss Liu has given me such a good opportunity that I must not miss it. Seeing my tangled look, he stepped closer with a frown. Lin Shen, I can help you pay for the money that can be used to cancel the contract. I know you don't have much money. Don't make your debut. Let's investigate the truth about Guo Guo together, okay? I frowned and suddenly had a very absurd idea. Could it be that Shen Mei was lying to me? In fact, she didn't find out anything about Guo Guo, she just died in an accident. I said, I won't have anything to do with you anymore, except for Guo Guo's matter. By the way, have you read the letter Guo Guo wrote to you? Do you dare to read it? As soon as I asked, Shen Mei fell silent and lowered her head in embarrassment. I actually guessed that she might not dare to look. Are you afraid to look? You're afraid that after you see Guo Guo's love for you, you'll remember all the times you ignored him and realize how much he loves you as his mother. But it's too late now. You will never see her again, and you will never see her sweet smile again. Do you know that? Guo Guo inherited it from you. When she smiles, she also has a small dimple on the right side. I'm afraid you don't know that. She kept her head down with a frown on her face. I saw a tear fall from her eyes. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at me or face my questioning. So, don't say in front of me that you can lose Guo Guo but not me. If you lose Guo Guo, it's the same as losing me. Some things are irreparable. Don't dwell on them any longer. Guo Guo, I will check this matter. If there is any news, I will inform you in time. After all, you are the last person Guo Guo wants to see before he dies. Hearing the last sentence, Shen Mei suddenly raised his head. What did she say at the end? She asked me while choking with sobs. I told you, she's blaming herself. Is she not good enough or obedient enough? That's why Mom didn't want to come to see her. She has been waiting for you. Guo Guo is very strong. She has been holding on all the time. If you could come and see her in the end, maybe she could hold on a little longer. Chapter 22 Huge Changes. Hearing this, the man with a gloomy brow shook noticeably, but I continued talking regardless. At that time, I called you countless times, begging you to come and see Guo Guo for the last time, but you and Xu Zhizhou were having an affair abroad. No matter what you and him do, I can't stop you. I don't have the qualifications, I know, but Guo Guo is your daughter. How can you believe that I would joke with her life? You think I'm going to gamble with my daughter in order to win your heart, right? You might do that, but I definitely won't because in my heart, I love Guo Guo, she is the only person I care about the most in my life. Shen Mei began to sob. She should cry. Guo Guo had shed too many tears for her. She should give some back. I looked up at the sky. It was grey at that moment, and I didn't know whether Guo Guo was doing well in heaven. I don't know if someone tells her a bedtime story when she goes to bed at night, or if someone covers her with a blanket when she kicks off the quilt. I don't know any of this. By the way, did you know that Guo Guo was once bullied at school? She was so young, and those kids bullied her. She looked up at me with a confused brow, and I knew she definitely didn't know. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care. She would just scold Guo Guo for being weak. Shen Mei is such a strong person, how could her daughter be bullied? If she was bullied, it would prove that Guo Guo was not worthy of being her daughter. She might tell you about this in the letter she wrote to you, because she wanted to tell you, but she didn't dare to, because she was afraid that you would scold her. Do you know why the kids at school bully her? Tears welled up in Shen Mei's eyes. She shook her head violently. I don't know, I really don't know. No one told me. If I knew, I would definitely. I interrupted her coldly, you won't. You will pretend you didn't hear her. You will blame her, scold her, or even beat her. You will tell her that she was bullied at school and that she is not worthy of being your daughter, so you don't have to say these words to me in a high-sounding manner now. She was bullied because everyone laughed at her for not having a mother and her mother didn't love her. Do you remember? One time when I went back to my hometown, she didn't finish her homework at school, so the teacher asked her parents to go to school. Shen Mei immediately said anxiously, I went there, I remember that time I went there, I really went there. I sneered, you did go there. Yes, you took your butler with you. It was the butler who went to pick her up. At that time, you were sitting in the car, and she cautiously called you mom. What did you say at that time? She frowned as if she was trying hard to recall something, and then looked at me blankly. I really don't remember what I said. But I know, because her teacher told me, she called you mom, you scolded her, and you said don't call me mom, I'm not your mom. Hearing this, Shen Mei's lips began to tremble violently. Perhaps she also remembered something. I didn't mean it like that because I was in a very important meeting and I thought something serious had happened to her. Originally I thought I could just let the housekeeper go, but you called me and said you had to let the parents go. I was very angry at the time, so I got angry with her after I went there. That's not what I meant when I said that. I raised my hands. You don't have to explain this to me. It's all over now. I just wanted to tell you that what you said was heard by the other kids in their class. So from the next day on, they started bullying Guo Guo, saying she was a child without a mother. She wanted to argue, but she didn't dare because you didn't allow her to call you mom. Didn't you notice later? Every time she called you, her voice was very low because she was afraid you wouldn't allow it, and she was also afraid you would scold her. Shen Mei seemed to be lost in memories, but she probably couldn't remember. Because she didn't care about her daughter at all, she even treated her as air, as transparent. Seeing Shen Mei on the verge of collapse, I was very happy. It was time for Guo Guo to feel the grievances that I had suffered. Okay, I've said what I need to say. If you want to know more, you can go back and read the letter she wrote to you. I don't know the specific content. In fact, I didn't dare read the letter that Guo Guo wrote to me, because I was afraid that after reading it, I would be left with nothing. There are 20 letters in total. What I think is that I read one every once in a while. But until now, I don't even have the courage to open the first letter. I'm afraid that after reading it, my life will fall into darkness again, and I'm afraid that I will not be able to cheer up again. When I came to my senses, I was already home. I don't want to meet Shen Mei, of course, because she has done so many wrong things and I don't want to have anything to do with her anymore. Also, every time I am with her, I will inevitably talk about Guo Guo. Every time I talk about Guo Guo, my heart seems to be torn apart again, as if that scene will happen again. I don't want to numb myself with alcohol either. I lay on the sofa and it took me a while to sit up. I forced myself to read the script, to study it, and to find many romance dramas on the internet. Zhao Qi called me and asked me out for dinner. I just happened to be looking for him, as I thought I might need his help with Guo Guo's matter. During the meal, I told Zhao Qi about this matter, and Zhao Qi was also surprised after hearing it. You said that this might have been designed by someone else, and that they hit Guo Guo on purpose. That's impossible. Think about it, you definitely haven't offended anyone. You usually take care of Guo Guo at home, so it's even more impossible for Guo Guo, but it's also impossible for Shen Mei. She must have many business enemies, but with her family's status, who dares to deal with her? If we find out, we'll just uproot the whole family. I don't have the guts to do that. Zhao Qi's analysis was making sense to me, so I never thought about it in this regard. I always regarded what happened to Guo Guo as an accident. Let me see. Otherwise, I'll go with you to meet the driver. We've met him before, but we never had a good chat. The main reason is that there is nothing much to talk about. He is the murderer of my daughter. There is no way I can act like nothing happened when facing him. Chapter 23, Chat Slowly. Okay then, I'll go see him tomorrow. By the way, do you think we should call the police about this? Do you want the police to investigate it further? I frowned and shook my head. No need. Even if the police get involved, they probably won't be able to find out anything. Besides, it involves foreign countries, so it's not that easy. If it happened in China, we could call the police, but since it involves foreign countries and casinos, it would be very difficult for domestic police to investigate. But Shen Mei will definitely investigate this matter. Her family has so many connections that can be used abroad. I clenched my fists. This was my most vulnerable point. I wanted to investigate Guo Guo's affairs, but I had no connections abroad. I feel very incompetent at this moment. If I had not listened to Shen Mei completely at the beginning and had had some career of my own, this wouldn't have happened. Zhao Qi also noticed that I was very anxious at the moment. Don't blame yourself yet. Since it has happened, let's just think about solving it first. I'll accompany you to the prison tomorrow and we'll see what happens then. Zhao Qi knows how to read people's expressions better than I do, so maybe he can find out something. The next day, when we were in the car going to the prison, Zhao Qi asked me, "By the way, your drama will probably start filming soon. If you need to check the schedule, I guess you won't have that much time. Why don't you leave it to me?" When I heard that, I immediately refused. Zhao Qi is very busy and he is not an unemployed vagrant. How can I leave everything to him? No, I'll find time to think of a solution. Besides, after I finish filming the drama, that drama won't be broadcast immediately. This drama should be finished in about a month. Maybe after you finish filming this drama, you will become a big star. Then you will have to wear a mask when you go out. It will be more difficult to check if you are infected. I sighed. Actually, I had the same idea. Even if I didn't become a big star, at least many people got to know me through this TV series. By that time, it might be very difficult for me to show up in public. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. After arriving at the prison, we wanted to visit him, but were refused. It was obvious that the driver didn't want to see us. Fortunately, Zhao Qi knew the director. So they let us go through a back door and brought the person out directly. When the driver saw me, his eyes were a little evasive, which was reasonable for him to do. After all, he took my daughter's life. After he sat down, he looked painful. "Mr. Lin, I have already knelt down in front of you before. I told you that I really didn't mean to hit your daughter. This was really an accident. Can you please stop bothering me?" I raised my eyebrows. "Who is bothering you?" "I just came to ask you a question today. Your wife has sent people to come several times, and every time they ask about those irrelevant things. I have already said that I really didn't mean it. What else do you want me to do? Let me pay with my life." I sneered. It seemed that the person Shen Mei sent before made him a little anxious. I leaned closer to him and whispered, "I already know that your family has suddenly undergone a drastic change. From a family that couldn't even afford medicine, you have now become a wealthy family with tens of millions of dollars in your hands. Don't tell me this is a coincidence. I will investigate further. Don't forget that you are hiding in there. But your wife and children are still outside. I can't threaten you, but my wife is different. She is from the Shen family. If you make a move against someone from the Shen family, you should know the consequences." Hearing my threat, the driver's expression changed again and again. "What on earth do you want to do?" I said that the money was won from gambling before. "Is it really such a coincidence? You are a poor driver, and you spend so much money on a plane ticket to go abroad to gamble. How do you know that you will definitely win?" The driver swore. "During those days, I had a dream. In the dream, I was told that if I went to gamble, I would have good luck, so I went. There are so many gambling places in China, but you don't want to go. You insist on going abroad, where you can buy lottery tickets. So why don't you go buy some?" When I asked this, the driver was speechless, and then he continued. "That's because of the dream I had. It told me to go abroad and not stay in China." With a bang, Zhao Qi on the side slammed the table hard. He couldn't bear to hear this anymore. "You think we are stupid? Since we have already investigated your family situation, today's question is to give you a chance. I'm telling you, if you don't tell the truth, we will never let you go. Not only will you and your wife, but even your children will have to come to jail." The driver was immediately furious. "This incident has nothing to do with my wife and children. I was the one who hit the person, and now I can't blame them for the crime. You know you won't be implicated, but how do you know you won't implicate your wife and children? Even if they have tens of millions now, where can they escape to? As long as we take action, I don't think they will have a good life. If you don't tell the truth, then you can wait and see what happens to your wife and your children." The driver snorted coldly and turned his head away from us. I knew that the people sent by Shen Mei had probably said something similar to him, but he refused to listen. If that is the case, then the person behind him must have made some kind of promise to him, or the person behind him is not afraid of Shen Mei's power at all. Could it be that Shen Mei really had offended someone, so they took revenge on Guo Guo? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel cold all over. If this was true, I would make the entire Shen family pay for my Guo Guo's life. After I got out, I was still indignant because I knew the driver would not tell me the truth so easily. Zhao Qi patted my shoulder and comforted me. It's okay. If it were that simple, Shen Mei and the others would have figured it out long ago. I guess this matter is much more complicated than we thought. I know this matter must be very complicated, and maybe I have offended some big boss behind the scenes, but no matter who I have offended, I must find out. But I don't have such strong power to compete with it at this time. Making myself stronger is still my first priority. Chapter 24: A Natural Divorce. I was reading the script at home in the evening and I had to go to the company the next day. All the subsequent related matters have been arranged, and I also have to meet the actress who will play opposite me. Bite. The doorbell rang. I walked over and looked through the peephole to see that it was Shen Mei. I opened the door and she was wearing thin clothes and looked a little pitiful. Lin Shen, can I come in? What's the matter? I asked impatiently. It's about Guo Guo. I want to talk to you about it. It was made very clear that day. I have already met with the driver. There must be something wrong, but he is unwilling to admit it, so we have to investigate it ourselves. He nodded with a frown. I know, can you come back and live with me? Go back. I frowned and looked at her with amusement. Where are you going back to? Your Shen family has been burned to ashes. Although it's not as exaggerated as I said, the Shen family is definitely no longer habitable. But I don't want to know where they have moved to now. It doesn't matter. We can't go back to our old home. We can go to our new home. The layout of our new home is exactly the same as our old home. I also decorated Guo Guo's room today. I will keep her room forever. Can I take you to see it? Hearing this, I rubbed my brows tiredly. Shen Mei would always try to impress me with Guo Guo's stories. But what she didn't know was that every time she mentioned Guo Guo, I would dislike her even more. Guo Guo is no longer in this world. No matter how good you are to her now, she will never feel it again. She is gone now. Can you please stop dreaming? You go your way and I go mine. Shen Mei suddenly grabbed my hand, and only then did I smell a faint scent of alcohol on her. As soon as I opened the door just now, I smelled a strong scent of perfume. I was a little surprised at first, wondering why her perfume was so strong. It seemed that she had drunk a little bit of alcohol and wanted to cover up the smell of alcohol on her body. I'm not wishful thinking. I just want to be with you again. Lin Shen, can't you really forgive me? I told you, I can't possibly forgive you. Go back. I have to go to the company early tomorrow morning. I still have a lot of things to do. I will definitely investigate Guo Guo's affairs. I broke free from Shen Mei's hand, and I didn't want to get entangled with her anymore. I know I did a lot of things wrong. Stop it, you've said this 100 times. I've said it's impossible for me to be with you anymore. Shen Mei took a deep breath and said confidently, I know you can't believe me now, but I will try my best to let you see it. I'm here to tell you one more thing today. When Xu Zhizhou set the fire, she did it in Guo Guo's room, so Guo Guo's room was burned the cleanest. Hearing this, I was a little surprised. Why did your lover put it in Guo Guo's room? He stole Guo Guo's things before. Don't you think this is a bit wrong? Shen Mei frowned. I knew she was not a fool and she must have noticed something unreasonable. I did feel something was wrong, but I asked him and he said she set fire to Guo Guo's room because she thought it was beautiful. You believe what he said? I sneered. I don't believe it, but I don't have any evidence and I don't know what to do. He frowned and looked helpless, so I shrugged. If you don't know what to do, then I don't know either. You know him best, so you should know what he's thinking. Go find him. After saying that, I slammed the door shut. After closing the door, my legs suddenly felt weak and I slid to the ground. Is Xu Zhizhou related to this matter in any way? Why did he set fire to Guo Guo's room? Could it be that he thought Guo Guo was at home? That's impossible. At that time, he clearly knew that Guo Guo was gone. He knew it better than Shen Mei. So why did he do that? What was his purpose in setting the fire? Why did he steal Guo Guo's things again? These questions came up one after another, circling in my mind, but I just couldn't figure out the reason. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying on the ground at the door. At this time, my memory began to come back, and I remembered that Shen Mei came to see me last night. It turned out that I fell asleep like this. I was too tired in the past 2 days, and there were too many things that needed me to think about. I struggled to stand up. My left arm was numb. After I got up, I looked at the time. It was a little after 5 o'clock. It was just the right time for me to pack up, have breakfast, and go to the company. I have some dark circles under my eyes, and I don't plan to cover them up. Anyway, if the people in the company can't stand it, they will naturally ask the makeup artist to cover them up for me. I arrived at the company on time at 9 o'clock, and my agent Zhao Hai was already waiting for me in the conference room. Why do you look so tired? What happened? Did you read the script overnight? I smiled awkwardly. I did read the script, but I actually only read it once, and the script I was given was only the first part. I have too many things to deal with, and I don't want to talk about it and make everyone worry. I was mainly afraid that I didn't have enough experience, so I watched some dramas overnight. I just casually brushed it off. Zhao Hai sighed, don't worry, this drama doesn't require any acting skills at all. People are watching your sweet love. What's the main thing, you know? I think I probably know roughly, look at the handsome men and beautiful women. You're right, this is what we're looking at, it's just two handsome guys and beautiful girls in love, so all you have to do is know how to date, you must have experience, just use your experience. I felt even more embarrassed when I heard this. I really don't have any experience. When Shen Mei and I were together, we got married right away. Then we had a child, and to be precise, there was no love at all between her and me. So when it comes to dating, I have no experience at all. I don't even know how to get along with girls. This is the biggest problem, but I am embarrassed to say it out loud. Seeing that I was in a difficult situation, Zhao Hai looked at me strangely. What's your reaction? You don't know how to date, do you? That's impossible. You're already married. Chapter 25, Follow the Rules. At this point, the agent suddenly leaned closer, and I whispered, by the way, you said before that you and your wife are going through the divorce process, is that right? Yes, I want a divorce, but he hasn't agreed yet. We will definitely go to court later. That's fine. You know it's not easy for someone like you to debut. If it weren't for your good looks, you wouldn't have had a chance at all. The agent looked outside the door again with some caution, and when he saw that there was no one there, he turned around again. If you are not the son-in-law of the Shen family, then your marital status must be concealed, but there is no way, you can't hide it with this identity. Then all those netizens will support your CP, but since you are married with children, they will definitely not be able to support you. So, it would be better if you were divorced. We will test the waters then. The leading actress and her agent will definitely be unhappy with you later. Please bear with me. I blinked in confusion, and then I reacted. Boss Liu did tell me this once in a tactful way before, but I didn't listen at that time because I didn't understand what he meant. When I was in college, my tutor always trained me to be a capable person, and he paid the most attention to my professional qualities. To be honest, my looks are just the icing on the cake for my entire career. It's just a good stepping stone, but my goal was to become a talented actor. As long as my acting skills are good enough, I'll be able to pass. Now, the company wants to train me to be a traffic artist. What is the biggest characteristic of a traffic artist? That is how to have traffic if you have traffic and you have a hotspot on you. Apart from the fact that I am the son-in-law of the Shen family, my hot topic is probably my face, which is still acceptable, so it attracts everyone's attention. But once I get married, this point will become my biggest poison. Before I could figure it out, the agent said mysteriously, do you know? I put a lot of thought into your role as the male lead, Boss Liu, this time. Once the people there found out about your identity, they were unwilling to cooperate with you. It was only after Boss Liu made a solemn promise that they agreed to cooperate with you. Now I realize why. They know I'm married, so there's no way they can hype up a couple. Actually, I didn't want to go down this route. I wanted to hone my acting skills. The agent nodded in satisfaction. You are right to be ambitious. I also hope to train a talented artist. But first of all, no matter how talented you are, you still need traffic, right? So the first step is to open your details based on your looks, and the second step is to give you the role. It's a role that requires acting skills. You should spend this time polishing your skills. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside the door. The agent stood up immediately, and I followed him. I turned around and saw two people walking in. One was a man who held his head high like a stingy person. This man was thin, but he looked at us with disdain in his eyes. When he came in, he pushed the green glasses on his nose. This person seems to be dressed a bit strangely. He doesn't look like an agent but more like a fashion designer. The woman following behind him actually caught my eye. The last person who made me feel this way was Shen Mei. What are you looking at? You're staring at our Ruoruo. I know she's pretty, but you don't have to stare at her like that. The man pointed at my nose and scolded me, and the agent immediately stood in front of me. I'm just taking a look. After all, we're going to work together later. Why are you in such a hurry? I immediately withdrew my gaze and nodded embarrassedly at the woman. She smiled at me and seemed a little excited. It's okay, it's because I was looking at him, so he looked back at me. Why are you reacting so strongly? She actually tried to smooth things over for me, patted her agent on the shoulder, and we both sat down. You must know the basic situation of my artist, so I don't need to introduce her to you. She is one of the most popular young actresses. That agent is very arrogant and seems like a difficult person to get along with. No wonder my agent reminded me of that just now. Oh, by the way, I'll introduce him to you. After all, I heard that your artist just debuted as a househusband, so he doesn't know much about the outside world. The agent was about to say something, but I raised my hand to stop him. I smiled at the man, but I didn't think anything of it. Because what he said is the truth, and that's who I am. Let me introduce myself first. People in the industry call me Da Liu, so you can call me that too. My artist name is Qin Ruoruo. Okay, it's your turn, introduce yourselves. Liu started to take control of the situation. Then my agent and I introduced ourselves very consciously. After listening to us, he looked at me with disdain again. To be honest, you look pretty good, but your background is not good. You are married and have children. If you were an ordinary person, then it would be fine. You could just hide it. After all, there are many people in the circle who secretly get married and have children. The problem is, you are the son-in-law of the Shen family. Everyone knows this. The Shen family also has an entertainment company. Now you're working for his rival's company. He changed the subject and continued, but there is one advantage to this, which is that you will definitely have your own traffic. As soon as I go out as the son-in-law of the Shen family, everyone will know about it, and even Ruoruo will be in trouble. I was originally planning to create a couple relationship with you, so that the show would be well received by then, but I didn't expect to be working with a married person right from the start. It's really bad luck. Qin Ruoruo pushed Da Liu's arm somewhat unhappily. Stop talking nonsense, such as bad luck or not. Did I say something wrong? Everyone who worked with you before was handsome? Everyone was shipping you too, but how can you still ship them now? Qin Ruoruo smiled at me apologetically. I'm sorry, my agent is quite outspoken, don't take it to heart, I'm still willing to cooperate with you. I nodded and didn't say much, because I knew he was just saying it for the sake of politeness. How about this, the two of us go out first and let them get to know each other well. My agent stood up. Chapter 26 Interview. Da Liu looked reluctant, but he had no choice, so he snorted at me again. Then he walked out with a swagger. The agent winked at me and I nodded at him. After they all left, I was about to talk about the script when Qin Ruoruo looked at me excitedly. Do you remember me? I stared at her with wide eyes. I didn't remember ever meeting Qin Ruoruo. Looking at you, you don't remember. She looked disappointed. I'm sorry, I don't think I've met you before. I don't have any contact with people in the entertainment industry. I did know one or two people when I was in college, and I went out to film with them at that time. There is also someone who is quite famous now, but I definitely have never met Qin Ruoruo, and she looks younger. Didn't I say the entertainment industry was in school? Did you really not remember me? I went to the same school as you. What? Did we graduate from the same school? This surprised me a little. Which class are you from? I am 2 years younger than you. I am your junior. When you were a senior, I was just a sophomore. Is that so? Then when did we meet? Qin Ruoruo pouted, and seeing her like this, I felt like laughing. When she first came in, I thought she was a cool goddess because of the way she was dressed. Unexpectedly, as soon as she spoke, my impression of her was broken. She seemed like just a cute little girl. Okay, then you don't remember me. Anyway, I see you often. You are very famous in school. I came to help you during your graduation party performance, but at that time I was just a small actor in the corner. You probably don't remember me. When saying this, Shin Ruoruo still felt a little lost. I scratched my head embarrassedly. I really didn't pay much attention at that time. I can honestly say that I was somewhat famous in school at that time. When I walk around school, there are often many girls who discuss me secretly, and sometimes they ask me to sign for them. At that time, my heart and eyes were filled with gloom, so I didn't take other girls seriously at all, and didn't want to have much contact with them. I used to see you all the time when I was eating in the cafeteria, but I was too timid to come up and say hello to you. I didn't expect to see you again after so many years. By the way, I'm very curious, can you tell me why you suddenly want to debut? I asked your mentor before, and he said it's a shame that you're getting married. It's good that you suddenly figured it out now. I've read the news before. Is what was written in the news true? She looked at me with concern and I nodded. It must be true, otherwise they wouldn't have written it down. So you're divorcing your wife? I still nodded and didn't deny it. Yes, but now she disagrees, so we will file a lawsuit later. By the way, have you read the script? I changed the subject. I didn't want to talk too much about this matter. Even though Shin Ruoruo is my junior, I still don't want to reveal too much about my private affairs to outsiders. She could also tell that I didn't want to say too much, but she didn't take it to heart and still looked at me with a smile. Of course, I definitely read the script carefully. I take every script very seriously. Then you are very good, worthy of being a student of our school. I smiled and praised her, saying that Shin Ruoruo is a very friendly person. She looks a little cold when she doesn't smile, but she is very beautiful when she smiles, with her eyes curved into crescents. No wonder Boss Liu chose her to be the heroine of this drama, she is indeed very pleasing to the eye. By the way, do you have a lot of fans? It's okay, why are you asking this? I joked, I'm worried that your fans will be dissatisfied with me as the leading actor and will scold me. Of course not. My fans are very obedient. If they want to stand up for me, I will just appease them. You don't have to worry. I was just joking, but Shin Ruoruo became serious. Okay, I got it. The two of us were discussing the script and chatting about some interesting things that happened in school. Time passed quickly. After a while, there was a knock on the door and our agent Zhao Hai walked in. It's almost time. We have other plans next. Miss Qin, let's talk next time. Okay, Lin Shen, let's add each other's contact information. I nodded, took out my phone and exchanged contact information, and then Shin Ruoruo left with Da Liu wearing a mask. I noticed that you and Miss Qin seem to get along quite well. She's a nice person. After they left, Zhao Hai pushed my shoulder and asked. She and I went to the same school. She was my junior. She said she knew me before, but I didn't have much impression of me. Hearing this, the agent's eyes lit up, that's great. I was just worrying about how to get along with them in the future. I was afraid they would target you. Why are they targeting me? I looked up and looked at her in confusion. You are a married person. Many people will resist the appearance of this male lead. You will not have a good life on the set. But fortunately, you are an artist of our company. Even if they want to target you, they won't dare to go too far. But with Miss Qin's attitude, they probably won't do that. She is a very nice person and has a very good reputation both inside and outside the industry. I nodded in agreement. Although I don't know Shin Ruoruo, based on the few hours I spent talking to her today, she should be a pretty good person. By the way, she is indeed pretty, isn't she? I smiled and nodded, very pretty. I rarely see girls who make my eyes light up so brightly. I praised her without reservation. The moment I saw Shin Ruoruo, I admit that she really caught my eye. She has a very special temperament, I can't describe it, but I like her very much. But I'm telling you, there are so many people who like her, you can't be tempted by her. Don't forget that you are still married. I glared at my agent in annoyance, what are you talking about? I admire her, not that I want to have any relationship with her. Okay, that's good. Come on, I'll take you to see your assistant. He should be here soon. I took a deep breath and followed my agent out. I would officially start working from tomorrow. Chapter 27 Unexpected Guests. My assistant is named Sichuan, a shy boy who looks very simple, my agent whispered beside me. Although he may not like to talk much, he is very capable at work, and when he needs to be brave, he will argue for his rights. Don't worry, he will not let you suffer any loss. I nodded. Actually, I didn't think I needed any treatment, and I didn't need him to speak for me. Just help me occasionally. Right now, I don't fully understand my identity as a celebrity. I don't quite understand the importance of the assistant position. Let me tell you first, your schedule will start tomorrow. We have to go there early tomorrow morning. We will read the script. It will take a whole day to read the script. The next morning, we will need to measure your measurements. After that, the company will take some photos of you. Once the costumes for the crew are ready in a few days, we will start taking some promotional photos, and then we will make the official announcement. You can't leave these few days. If something happens at any time, I will call you and ask you to come over. I was a little hesitant after hearing this. That means I can't move around anytime these days, but what about Guo Guo's matter? Seeing that I didn't answer for a long time, the agent pushed my shoulder. I'm talking to you, do you hear me? I understand, but if I have something urgent to do, can I ask for leave? The agent frowned. Is there anything more important than your debut right now? You have to focus all your attention on this matter now. Do you still want a divorce? He spoke the last sentence in a low voice, but I knew he was reminding me. Okay, I understand. I thought that if there was any emergency, I could ask Zhao Qi to help me deal with it. By the way, let me tell you, this assistant will be your closest person from now on. If you have any other private matters, let him go. I was stunned for a moment and looked at Sichuan. Sichuan nodded at me. I know that many celebrities may be like this, but my private affairs are different. My private affairs involve my daughter, so I can't ask someone else to hand it over to Zhao Qi. That's when I have no other choice. I absolutely can't hand it over to a stranger I just met. Okay, we'll talk about it later. When I got home, the lights were off in the living room, but there was a figure on the sofa. I knew it was Zhao Qi. I turned on the lights and he exclaimed. You're finally back. Where have you been? You didn't answer my calls. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was out of battery. I forgot, my phone ran out of battery. I went to the company. What happened? Oh, you're a big star now, and you're about to debut. I almost forgot about that. I threw my coat at him and said, stop talking nonsense here. What's the matter? I just want to ask you about Guo Guo's situation. What are you going to do? When are you going abroad? I don't know yet. I want to investigate the matter of the driver's wife and his son in China first. In that case, why don't you just leave this matter to me? If you go there yourself, then everyone will know that you are a big star. How will you show up? I nodded. I originally wanted to entrust this matter to Zhao Qi. But I do have an idea. You see, you are a celebrity now, so it will be inconvenient for you to do anything in the future. Shen Mei is also the one who does their work. Do you think she will come forward in person? Shen Mei will definitely not show up in person. She has so many people under her command, so she can just send anyone. What I mean is that you also need to cultivate your own manpower and connections. You will be rich soon. Your salary for filming that movie will be several million. I nodded. The pay for this film was indeed about the same, just a few million. Add to that other endorsements and subsequent income, and I estimate that I can get around 10 million. In fact, money is not that important to me. The main thing is that I am really short of money now, because with money I can do more things. For example, if you hire a private detective or something, and train a few of your subordinates, and let them do anything in the future, I can help you, but sooner or later, they will know about your relationship with me. What Zhao Qi said does make sense. I haven't thought about that yet, mainly because there have been too many things going on recently. I know your mind is a mess. It's okay. I've already thought it through for you. Let me check his affairs for you first. But I guess Shen Mei will definitely not stand idly by. She should have sent someone to investigate long ago. I sneered and said, I don't know about that. It also depends on how long Shen Mei's motherly love for Guo Guo can last. If she ever loses that maternal love, she will turn around and be with Xu Zhizhou again. She will definitely not interfere in this matter at that time, so I can't rely on her and I have to rely on myself. And even if she finds out, she may not tell me the result. What if she threatens me by not divorcing me? How about this? I might as well just hire a private detective first. It's also possible to hire a private detective. I've thought about this before, but it's a bit expensive. I smiled. I still have more than 100,000 or 200,000 yuan in my bank card. Hiring a private detective should not be a problem. Besides, I will have an endorsement soon, and the fee for this endorsement will also be several million yuan. Please help me find a reliable private detective and I will ask him to check it out for me. Do you have that much money? Zhao Qi raised his eyebrows and looked at me. At least I'm a sign star now. Okay, you're right. I'll go ask around for you and find a good private detective to investigate. I thought about it and decided that if I asked a private detective to go, I could also have him go abroad, but the price might be a little higher. If that's the case, I can ask him to help me check abroad. Shen Mei can't go abroad in person. She has so many things going on there. She should have sent her people abroad to investigate, which would have saved me the trouble. You're right. We can ask him to go abroad to help investigate. We really need to find someone we can trust. Zhao Qi frowned and thought, I know he probably doesn't have any connections in this area. Or I can go ask Boss Liu. He's such a big boss, and he has people selling it abroad. I guess he has it. After hearing what I said, Zhao Qi suddenly realized. You're right. You can ask your boss. He must have it. He's so awesome. Chapter 28, By Chance. Boss Liu has a good impression of me. If I go to him for help, maybe he will agree. Okay, I'll go ask him in a couple of days. What else did you come here for today? I know that Zhao Qi usually won't come to me directly unless there is something big going on. He looked at me hesitantly. Shen Mei came to see me today. Why did she go to you? To get scolded by you. Zhao Qi has always had a very bad attitude towards Shen Mei, and he even assaulted her in front of Guo Guo's grave before. Tell me, what did she do with you? She was crying in front of me. Of course I can't forgive her. I know you can't forgive her either. I just suddenly felt a little sorry for her. Hearing this, I frowned, and Zhao Qi immediately comforted me. No, don't be like this, that's not what I mean, just listen to me first. She told me today that after reading the letters Guo Guo wrote to her, she realized that Guo Guo had always needed her so much. She actually wanted to come and tell you, but she didn't dare. She was afraid of seeing you being cold to her. She didn't know who to talk to. She wanted to know about Guo Guo's past, so she came to me. I sneered, she really found the right person. Zhao Qi treats Guo Guo better than her biological mother. I really wanted to scold her, but she knelt down in front of me, and I was a little bit. At this point, Zhao Qi was stunned, and I was stunned too. Shen Mei actually knelt down to Zhao Qi, did I hear it right? Is that Shen Mei you saw? She is the eldest daughter of the Shen family. She kneels down to you. That's why I came to see you today. Otherwise, I could have just scolded her and sent her away. She actually knelt down in front of me. I was stunned at the time. I didn't know what to do. Speaking of this, Zhao Qi's face was a little distorted. It seemed that he had also suffered 10,000 points of critical hit at that time. Anyway, she just kept crying in front of me, kneeling and refusing to get up, asking me to forgive her. I was thinking, what was the point of her asking me to forgive her? She said she didn't dare to come and tell you directly, so she asked me to tell you if you could give her a chance. She wanted to behave well in front of you. I clenched my fists at my side. How do you think I can forgive her? I know you won't forgive her. I've told her many times that I feel a little sorry for her, but there's no way that will happen between you two. When I heard Zhao Qi say that, I snorted coldly and unclenched my fist. I thought that just because Shen Mei knelt down in front of her, Zhao Qi was now on her side. If you really stand on her side, then there is nothing to talk about between us. What are you thinking? How could I stand on her side? What did she do to you and Guo Guo? Don't I know? Even I feel a little sorry for her when I see her like that. Of course, all this is her fault. I nodded without hesitation. It's good that you know it. It's her fault, so she should bear all the pain she is going through now. Zhao Qi suddenly scratched her head in annoyance. I felt a little strange looking at her like this. Could it be that she was hiding something from me? I grabbed his hand and said, "Tell me first, what else is there?" "It's nothing, I told you." "Something's wrong." I've seen you like this before. Just tell me what's going on. Zhao Qi and I have known each other for many years and are very familiar with each other's habits. If it was just because of this incident, he wouldn't be so crazy. After a long while, he looked up at me and said, I don't know how to start this conversation with you. This is pretty outrageous anyway. You tell me, I can bear it. Shen Mei invested in a very important project of our company. Our project was a bit complicated and almost stopped, but because she injected funds, it was restarted. Zhao Qi glanced at me cautiously, and seeing that I had no expression, he continued. But her request was for me to be the project leader. I knew she was trying to please me, but I immediately refused. But you know, my boss has been very kind to me. He told me that I must restart this project, otherwise our company will be in danger. So now I am struggling with what to do. If I agree to her, I am worried that Shen Mei will use this project to threaten me. If I don't agree, I will be sorry to my boss, so I want to resign. If you can develop quickly, I will just work for you. After hearing these words, I closed my eyes helplessly. Shen Mei can really think of any solution. Yes, she is powerful and it is very easy for her to threaten someone. Why didn't I think of it? So what do you think now? Zhao Qi looked at me very manically. I just don't know, I really want to resign. I compromised on this project, and there will be more projects in the future. How can you quit? What will you do after you quit? You can't lose your job because of me. I thought about it and said, how about this, I'll go find Shen Mei tomorrow and have a good talk with her. She's forcing you like this just to make me go find her. She must have conditions. I can figure out her conditions with my toes. She must want you not to divorce her. Can you agree to that? I was stunned for a moment. Of course I couldn't agree to it, but I also couldn't let Zhao Qi resign because of me. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. I'll go find her first and see what she's going to do. Zhao Qi patted my shoulder and said, you don't have to consider me. In fact, if I lose this job, I can find another one. If she really wants to threaten me, she can cut off all your escape routes. After hearing what I said, Zhao Qi's face became serious. Yes, since Shen Mei thought of using Zhao Qi to threaten me, then she can give Zhao Qi benefits and at the same time cut off all his work options. Shen Mei knew that I was a very loyal person, and Zhao Qi was the only friend around me, so using Zhao Qi to threaten me was the best option. Zhao Qi suddenly clenched his fists. Why didn't you burn this vicious woman to death at that time? Really? Don't think too much about it, but your suggestion just now is not bad. You can come and work for me. Chapter 29 My Own Efforts. Hearing this, Zhao Qi rolled his eyes at me in anger and said, you're dreaming. When I was working, you didn't even know where to play. Now you want me to work for you? No way. To be honest, it would be great if you could come work for me. I can arrange a good position for you. You can be my executive agent. Zhao Qi's fist hardened again, and I ran away a second before his fist landed on me. I'm telling you, I'm a celebrity now. If you break my face, how am I going to film? Then don't shoot anymore. I've lost my job anyway, so you'll become a homeless person with me. I threw a pillow at Zhao Qi and said, I'm serious. Do you want to consider your job? It's not bad, but Shen Mei is here. She won't let you have an easy time. I know that Zhao Qi cares very much about his job, but he doesn't love it very much, because when he was looking for this job, it didn't match his major. He originally did this job just to support his family, but he didn't expect that the job was so busy that he didn't even have time to fall in love. What you said does make sense, but the problem is that you haven't even made your debut yet. What if you become an 18th tier celebrity in the future? Then I'll quit. I won't even be able to make a living if I follow you. I sneered, you look down on me too much. Even if you look down on me, you can't look down on our company. I admit that your company is indeed good, but I don't dare to take the risk. Let's wait and see the effect of your play. I asked Zhao Qi to come and work with me for another selfish reason, which is that given the current situation, only Boss Liu's company can protect us. If Zhao Qi was in any other company, he would be doomed if he took action with deep brows. But Boss Liu can protect us. Now that I have become an artist of this company, it would be easy for me to poach Zhao Qi. Think about it carefully, but you also have to be prepared. Shen Mei won't let you go so easily. Zhao Qi snorted coldly, if she wants to deal with me, let's see if she has the ability to do so. I don't believe that she is really so omnipotent. I raised my eyebrows. He was right. In the local area, Shen Mei did have this ability. The next day, I took advantage of my lunch break and went straight to Shen Mei's company. When she saw me, her eyes lit up and she was visibly very happy. Lin Shen, why are you here? If you have anything to say, just call me directly. I sat on the sofa and sneered. You ran to Zhao Qi, crying and threatening him with the project, wasn't it just to see me? Tell me, what's the matter? She was a little embarrassed, then poured me a cup of tea. Don't say that. How can I be considered a threat to Zhao Qi? Didn't I invest in that project for his own good? Their project has been stopped because they don't have enough funds. I injected funds into them and let Zhao Qi be the project leader. This is a good thing for him, isn't it? I raised my hand to interrupt her. Don't say such high-sounding words. I know what your purpose is. Tell me, what are the conditions? I don't have any conditions. I just want to help him and reconcile with you. I don't want to get divorced. A few days ago, I sent another divorce agreement to Shen Mei, but she still didn't respond. I knew he wouldn't agree so easily, but I didn't know she would act so quickly and find a way to take action against Zhao Qi again. Why are you so stubborn? You and Xu Zhizhou love each other so much. He is the one you love in your life. I've said it before, I really don't love him. I can see my own heart clearly now. You are the only one in my heart. Hearing this, I felt helpless. Is this something a normal person can say? You gave up this family for Xu Zhizhou. Now this family is gone. Isn't this just right? I'll make way for the two of you. As long as you are willing to sign the divorce agreement, you two can still get married in a high-profile manner. Don't worry, I will never appear in your life again. After hearing what I said, Shen Mei immediately sat next to me excitedly, and she looked at me straight. Lin Shen, please don't do this. You are the only one in my heart. I really don't love him. At that time, I thought you married me for my family's money, and later you deliberately made me give birth to a child. I think you approached me for some other purpose, that's why I did this. I sneered and looked into her eyes. I approached you for other purposes. You must have made a mistake. It was you who approached me again in the first place. We were together originally, but then you switched your love to Xu Zhizhou, and then he fell in love with someone else, so you came back to me. You said I believed you and had other motives, but you were the one who took the initiative every time. Don't you have a brain? Shen Mei bit her lower lip in pain. It's not that she hadn't thought about these questions, but she loved Xu Zhizhou too much. She is so devoted to him, how could she consider me? So, he's the only person you love. You don't have to struggle, and you don't have to feel that this matter is his responsibility. To be honest, I have never blamed him. It has nothing to do with him. Guo Guo's death has nothing to do with him. Xu Zhizhou did take Guo Guo's things, but Guo Guo's car accident had nothing to do with him. His series of actions were indeed unreasonable, but at least now there is no evidence to show that he had a direct relationship with Guo Guo's car accident. I am not a person who cannot distinguish between right and wrong. I hate Shen Mei because she didn't come to see Guo Guo when she passed away, and she even had her grave dug up. Although Shen Mei was unaware of all this, she failed to fulfill her responsibilities as a mother. But Guo Guo has nothing to do with Xu Zhizhou, and he has nothing to do with this matter. Shen Mei's tears began to drip again. If it were in the past, when I saw her pitiful look, I would definitely not be able to help but hold her in my arms immediately. But now, I just felt annoyed. All right, stop crying. I told you that you can make any conditions you want. What will it take for you to let Zhao Qi and me go? I've already explained to you, I'm not threatening Zhao Qi, I'm doing this for his own good. I said impatiently, he doesn't need you to do good for him. Can you please stop and stop interfering in his affairs? If you do this, he will be forced to resign. Why would he resign? I invested in the fund just for him. Chapter 30. It's all misunderstanding. After hearing this, I just felt sick. This woman made her selfish motives sound so righteous. Zhao Qi, we don't need your help, withdraw your investment immediately. No, my funds have already been invested and cannot be withdrawn. I frowned. If Shen Mei refused to withdraw his investment, it would make his attitude clear. It seemed that Zhao Qi would either choose to compromise or really resign. I must get a divorce, and Zhao Qi will never compromise with you. Lin Shen, since you want to debut as an artist, I can help you. You don't have to go to Boss Liu's company. You can come to our company. We have an entertainment company at home. Why would you go so far away? Going far away instead of near? This is such a joke. I did all this just to escape from Shen Mei. You really don't know why? Of course, I just want to get further and further away from you. Hearing this, Shen Mei's body shook noticeably, and she looked hurt again. Why do you have to do this to me? I know I've let you down before, but I can change for the better. Remember what I said to you last time at the prison gate? All prisoners want a chance to reform, but don't they have to pay a price? Obviously not, they have to pay a price, and their price is going to jail. What's the difference between frowning at this time and going to jail? If you are really so stubborn, then I will have no choice but to confront you head on. I will ask Zhao Qi to resign. Don't worry, don't think you can really cover the sky with one hand now. Even if you have that ability, I will never compromise. You have no shame. You provincial families should have some dignity. Don't think that others don't know what you have done. You cheated on your wife and ordered your daughter's grave to be dug up. If any of these things were to be made public, your Shen family would lose face. In fact, I could use this matter to threaten Shen Mei, but I couldn't do it because it was related to Guo Guo, and I didn't want Guo Guo to be uneasy. That's all in the past. Why are you still dwelling on the past? Let's let it go and start over. Isn't it good for us to just let it go? Shen Mei said this and reached out to grab my hand, but I quickly dodged it. Impossible. Buzz buzz buzz. Just at this moment my cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw it was Qin Ruoruo calling. I guessed she was urging me to go back, so I hung up the phone. He looked at me warily with a frown on his face. Who called you? What does it have to do with you? I didn't expect her to ask me such a question. I used to ask her, but every time she received a call she would avoid me and answer it. When I asked her who called, she would just roll her eyes at me and never answer me. We are still a legal couple. If someone calls you, shouldn't I ask you a question? I have already proposed a divorce, but you just didn't agree. Besides, even if we are husband and wife now, this is my privacy and has nothing to do with you. After saying that, I stood up to leave, and Shen Mei hugged my waist tightly from behind. I struggled several times, but she refused to let go. I won't let go, Lin Shen. I tell you, I won't let go even if I die. Anyway, I have nothing now. I only have you. I sighed helplessly. You just lost me and Guo Guo. You still have your parents and this family. What else do you want? I only want you. I know I have done a lot of wrong things in the past, but now I have seen my own heart clearly. Why can't you give me a chance? I closed my eyes in pain. If Shen Mei had said these words to me earlier, I would have forgiven her and maybe we could have started over again. But it's too late now. It's really too late, Shen Mei. Everything is too late. It has been too late since Guo Guo was gone. Let go of the past. You are the one who should let go, not me. I have let it go. Guo Guo is in heaven. I hope we can both be well. It's impossible in our lifetime. Hearing this, she relaxed her grip. I took this opportunity to push her hand away and walked out of the office. When I got in the car, my cell phone rang again and I answered the call from Qin Ruoruo. You finally answered the phone. I thought something happened to you and was planning to come out to look for you. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry when I heard that. What could possibly happen to me? I'm just here to take care of something. What's going on? Is it going to start soon? That's not the case. I heard from your assistant that you went out for some personal matters. I was worried that something might happen to you, so I asked you. I frowned. Why did Qin Ruoruo's words sound so strange? I'll be there in half an hour, we'll talk then. When I got to the door, I found Qin Ruoruo waiting for me there. She looked a little anxious and kept pacing. What are you doing here? Of course I'm waiting for you. Qin Ruoruo looked at me anxiously and looked me up and down. Nothing happened to you. What makes you think anything will happen to me? You're cursing me. Qin Ruoruo stared at me with eyes wide open. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I curse you? I am really worried about you. Why are you worried about me? I'm just going out for a while, what's there to worry about? I really don't understand. Seeing Qin Ruoruo like this, I thought something life-threatening had happened to me. I heard that you are getting a divorce from Shen Mei recently. I know her methods. This woman is not simple. I'm worried that if she doesn't agree, she might do something to you, so I'm a little worried about you. Hearing this, I felt a little touched. Over the years, apart from Zhao Qi, no one has ever given me warmth. My parents are old and they have always lived in their hometown. They knew that Shen Mei and I had a difficult marriage, so they rarely came to see me. They missed Guo Guo very much and usually only contacted Guo Guo through video. During the Chinese New Year, Shen Mei never allowed me to bring Guo Guo back to my hometown. He even didn't allow me to go home for the New Year. I would only go home occasionally when Shen Mei was on a business trip. Now Guo Guo is gone, and my parents don't know the news yet. They don't usually go online. My parents called me some time ago, and I asked Zhao Qi to answer the call for me. I was in such a bad mood at that time that as soon as I opened my mouth, my parents would notice something was wrong with me. I asked Zhao Qi to lie to my parents and say that Guo Guo went abroad with his mother, so I couldn't call them during this period. Chapter 31 Tricky Questions. That's how it was concealed, but this matter certainly could not be concealed. I don't know how to tell them, they may have noticed something. I usually call them every few days, but this time it took so long. But I just didn't know how to start. Seeing Qin Ruoruo caring about me so much, I remembered the tone my mother used every time she called me to show her concern for me. I smiled at Qin Ruoruo and said, "It's okay, don't worry. I went with her to deal with the matter, but he won't do anything to me." Qin Ruoruo nodded, seeming to want to say something but hesitated. I knew she must want to ask more details, but I didn't plan to tell her. "Okay, let's go in quickly. By the way, have you eaten?" "Eat it. Have you eaten it?" I nodded. Actually, I didn't eat, but I really didn't have much appetite, so I didn't want Qin Ruoruo to worry about me if I told her. After a whole day, I had a deeper understanding of the script. In fact, I didn't agree with what Boss Liu and others said before. They say that filming this kind of idol drama does not require any acting skills, all you need is the ability to fall in love. But after I finished reading the script, I found that it actually has a profound meaning. Because they are in love, the emotions between them are very delicate. It takes acting skills to immerse the audience wholeheartedly and get them involved. If the acting is too bad, they won't be able to empathize with the situation at all, so the effect won't be good. I found that Qin Ruoruo is a person similar to me, and we both can easily empathize with each other. When we saw the scene of the two people breaking up, she and I both felt sad. Qin Ruoruo's eyes turned red and she even shed a few tears. These days my assistant found me some clips of Qin Ruoruo acting. After watching them, I felt that Qin Ruoruo's acting skills are indeed good, and she has played quite a variety of roles since her debut. Although I am her senior, she has much more experience than me, so maybe I should ask her for advice. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening when the entire script reading was successfully completed. We had a meal with the staff, and everyone consciously let Qin Ruoruo and I sit together during the meal. When the menu was given to Qin Ruoruo, I heard that the dishes she ordered were all my favorites, and I turned to look at her in surprise. She smiled at me and said, "These are probably the dishes you like, right?" Her voice was so soft that I was the only one who heard it, and I was stunned for a moment. I asked her after the waiter took the menu away. "How do you know what dishes I like to eat?" "Of course I know. I told you that I often see you in the cafeteria. Isn't that what you eat every time?" I was even more surprised. Did she pay so much attention to me before? Besides, it's been so many years since then that I don't even remember it clearly, but she still remembers it. After being with Shen Mei, I no longer have the right to choose what I like, let alone what to eat. What they eat every day in their home is decided by her and prepared by a nutritionist. She always thinks that the things I like to eat are not presentable, but I also like these home-cooked dishes. I couldn't help but feel warm in my heart, but I didn't say much. His agent, Liu Cixin, was watching our interaction from the side and glared at me from time to time. The threat was very obvious. I didn't want to interact with Qin Ruoruo, but I couldn't stand her constantly picking food for me. Others just thought that we went to the same school and knew each other before, so we could talk to each other. I didn't think much about it, but Liu Cixin was different. After we had almost finished eating, we prepared to leave and I left the restaurant first. Da Liu followed closely behind and pulled me to the side of the car. Lin Shen, I'm warning you, don't have any thoughts about our Qin Ruoruo. I looked at him with a mixture of laughter and tears. When did I ever have any feelings for him? We are good friends now. Don't think I can't see it. You two have only known each other for a few days, and you're already so close. This is obviously wrong. She used to keep her distance from male artists, but today she actually picked up food for you. Oh my god. Liu Cixin always speaks in a very exaggerated way, especially his expressions. But what he said today was quite accurate and not exaggerated, because Qin Ruoruo did pick up some food for me and had a great time chatting with me at the table. You know that we have known each other before. Don't lie to me. Qin Ruoruo has already told me that he knows you, but you don't know her. How can you be considered old friends? He glanced at me coldly again, then he leaned over and whispered in my ear. We are both men. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. It's okay if you like her, but the key is that you have a wife. Qin Ruoruo is the most valued artist in our company. If she gets into any scandal with you and ruins her future, I will never forgive you. After saying this, he stepped back a few steps, then called out with a smile, Come here quickly, Ruoruo, we are leaving. I turned around and saw Qin Ruoruo walking towards us in high heels, her eyes wandering between the two of us. Why did you two come out together? What did you talk about? Nothing, I just want to talk to Lin Shen. Come on, I'll take you home. Qin Ruoruo looked at me worriedly, and I waved at her. Then I'm going home too. Be safe. I didn't take what Liu Da said to heart. Anyway, I was very honest and I was just a good friend of Qin Ruoruo. I finally got to know an old friend, so I must cherish him. Besides, our personalities are compatible and we can just be friends, so there is no need to avoid suspicion. I spent every day busy after that, and sometimes I didn't even know what I was busy with. My daily scheduling assistant Sichuan would read it in my ear, but I couldn't remember it at all. The schedule is too tight. After shooting the commercial, I have to do an interview right away. After the interview, I have to change clothes and attend an event. After the event, I had to take promotional photos. I was busy almost every day. I couldn't even realize which city I was in when I woke up. It turns out that being a star is not an easy thing, but the pay is really good. That day I got my first payment, 1 million yuan, and we would start filming in a week. The first thing I did after getting the money was to find a private detective. Chapter 32 Youthful Vitality. I didn't have the chance to tell Boss Liu before because I didn't have that much money on hand. If he knew, with his kind-hearted personality he might help me pay the money, but I don't want to owe him any more favors. During my break, I went to Boss Liu's office. When he saw me, he immediately put down the documents in his hand and greeted me. Lin Shen, you're here. Come and sit down. I just happen to have something I want to discuss with you. After sitting down, I asked, Boss Liu, please tell me first. What's the matter? Is it about work? Hearing this, Boss Liu paused, looking a little hesitant, and looked at me with some embarrassment. When can you and Shen Mei get divorced? I thought about it and shook my head. I really didn't know that he hasn't agreed yet. If the two of us file for divorce, I may not win. I have already consulted a lawyer. Our daughter just passed away, and Shen Mei is in extreme grief. If I file for divorce, she might use this as an excuse to refuse. We have been separated for some time, but it is not enough time and it is not grounds for divorce. After hearing this, Boss Liu sighed. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? I looked at Boss Liu worriedly. It's like this, I ignored the fact that you were married before. I thought that since everyone knew that you were the son-in-law of the Shen family, I didn't care. But the key now is that after this drama is released, you and Qin Ruoruo will definitely be hyped as a couple, and everyone will find out that you are married. Their company is asking us to deal with this matter now, or else they will change the male lead. Hearing this, I widened my eyes and became a little anxious. Boss Liu patted my hands. Don't worry, I'm trying to appease their people, but don't worry, Qin Ruoruo is very optimistic about you, she definitely doesn't want to change the male lead. To be honest, I'm still a little surprised. Qin Ruoruo has never liked to interact with other members of the opposite sex, but she seems to have a good impression of you. When he said this, Boss Liu looked at me with some ambiguity, and I knew what he meant. Didn't the agent tell you? She and I went to the same school and we knew each other before. I know. Even if we know each other, so what? Everyone in this circle comes from those few schools. You will be able to meet more of your alumni in the future. It's not like she hasn't met them before, but she treats you differently. Boss Liu patted my hands quietly, and I knew he was going to quit. Don't say that, between the two of us. He interrupted me with a smile. I know I didn't mean that, but this is not the important thing right now. The main thing is that his company is not willing to do it. I guess their company has also done some assessments, and they should have consulted with Shen Mei to learn about the situation. I am an acquaintance of the boss of his company, and he gave me some information. They thought at the time that you had a good image, and it would be fine if you got divorced anyway, but Shen Mei said that you couldn't get divorced, so aren't they anxious? I sighed after hearing this. It turned out that the problem was with Shen Mei. It seemed that she had released the news on purpose. This woman's methods are endless, but I really have no way to divorce her immediately. Actually, I know a little bit about Shen Mei and his lover. I know that you two have lost your feelings for each other a long time ago, but this marriage is indeed not a good idea, considering their family's status. Boss Liu also looked embarrassed. I actually felt a little guilty. I was worried that this matter would delay my work, but I didn't expect this to be the case. But I really couldn't think of any solution at the moment. By the way, didn't you say you had something to tell me? Tell me what it is first. Boss Liu, you interrupted me like that and I almost forgot my important matter. By the way, I want to ask you, do you know any reliable private detectives who can investigate things abroad? Hearing this, Boss Liu looked at me with wide eyes, and his expression looked a little funny. You want to find evidence of Shen Mei's cheating, right? If you had told me earlier, I could have helped you find it. No, that's not the case. There's no need for that. The two of them are not together now. What I want to check is my daughter's affairs. Boss Liu paused and said, check your daughter. Your daughter is not. Yes, my daughter is gone, but I still have some doubts about what happened to her. I found some clues before, and there is something wrong, but the source is abroad, and I can't leave now. Besides, if I leave, I don't have any connections. I just got my first payment, so I thought of hiring a private detective to help me investigate. I don't know anyone, so I wanted to ask you. After hearing what I said, Boss Liu reacted. He looked at me with some sympathy, and then patted me on the shoulder. I have children too, so I understand your feelings very well. As a private investigator, I have plenty of resources at my disposal. How about this? I'll introduce you to someone who is very well connected both in China and abroad. When the time comes, tell him about your situation and he will definitely be able to help you find out. Hearing this, I was overjoyed. Guo Guo's matter is now my top priority and all other things have to take a back seat. Thank you very much. But do we have to postpone our filming schedule if this matter isn't resolved? Boss Liu frowned and nodded. Yes, their company is still not giving in. I am just thinking of some way to solve it. Forget it, let's not talk about this matter for now. I'll go and communicate with you first. Don't put too much pressure on you. Maybe we can come up with a solution that has the best of both worlds. I made up my mind to go find Shen Mei if she doesn't give in. I don't think their company will back down. In fact, asking them to compromise is a bit embarrassing. After all, my current identity is really not very convenient. After leaving the company, I went straight to Shen Mei's office. Xiao Qi stopped me outside. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, President Shen is in a meeting inside now. It's a very important meeting. Please go to the conference room and wait for a while. I'll tell her when she comes out later. I nodded impatiently, then went to the conference room and waited for about half an hour. I heard the sound of high heels outside the door. I looked up and saw someone with a frown opening the door and coming in anxiously. Chapter 33 I'm not free. She came in and looked at me apologetically. I'm sorry, Lin Shen, I just had a very important meeting. I didn't know you were here. If you had known I would. I didn't want to listen to her nonsense, so I got straight to the point. What on earth do you want to do? What good will it do you if you ruin my show? She was stunned for a moment and looked at me with some confusion. What do you mean? I don't understand. The boss of the company we're working with came to ask you if I wanted to divorce you, and you said you wouldn't divorce me. Yes, I have said it many times, I will never divorce you, Lin Shen. Shen Mei looked as if it was a matter of course. I sneered and looked at her. Can you please stop daydreaming? I. Before I could finish my words, Xiao Qi pushed open the door of the conference room anxiously, walked up to Shen Mei, and whispered something in her ear. I didn't hear what they said, but I saw Shen Mei's expression change drastically. Lin Shen, I'm sorry, I have something very important to deal with. Please wait here for a moment, and we'll talk when we come back. After saying that, she turned around and left. I waited in the conference room for a long time, but she didn't come back. I looked at the time and a full hour had passed. I had no choice but to get up and walk to her office, and I saw that Xiao Qi was gone too. Helpless, I had to call Shen Mei, and Shen Mei's tone on the other end of the phone sounded a little anxious. Lin Shen, wait for me for a while, I will be back soon. After saying that, she hung up the phone. I went back to the conference room. After I finished 2 or 3 cups of tea, Shen Mei came back. Her hair looked a little messy, and there was some dust on her pure white suit. How could a big boss like her look like this after just going out? I looked her up and down and asked in confusion, what are you doing? It's okay, just dealing with some issues. I saw that her eyes were a little empty and she looked a little dazed. Xiao Qi followed behind her, panting. Xiao Qi glanced at me, and when I looked at her, she avoided my gaze again. I always feel that something is wrong with these two people after they came back. To be more precise, something was wrong when they just went out. What did you do just now? I asked her again. She still shook her head with a frown and forced a smile. It's okay. By the way, what did you just say? I sneered. I have known her for so many years. Can't I tell whether she is in trouble or not? Of course, she didn't know whether I was okay or not, but as soon as she was okay, I could tell at a glance. Does it have anything to do with Guo Guo's matter? When I asked this, I looked straight into her eyes. Sure enough, her eyes flickered, and then she hurriedly poured a cup of tea. When she was pouring tea, the water splashed onto the table. It was obvious that she was very flustered and was trying to hide something. Shen Mei, don't lie to me, I know you very well. Does it have anything to do with Guo Guo? I questioned her coldly. After drinking a cup of tea with a frown on her face, she calmed herself down and looked at me. It's okay. There were some problems in my company and I went to solve them. Something went wrong in your company. You look like you just came back from a fight. After hearing what I said, she hurriedly tidied her hair. She looked down and saw that her suit was a little dirty. I'm sorry, I'll go change my clothes first. I knew she wanted to escape, so I just grabbed her hand and stopped her from leaving. I'll ask again, is it related to Guo Guo? What did you find out from the investigation? Shen Mei closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and looked at me. I'll say it again, this is not Guo Guo's business, this is my company's business. I knew she was lying and she didn't want to tell me. I should have guessed that she might not tell me the truth. Fortunately, I didn't completely rely on her to investigate Guo Guo's affairs. Okay, let's get back to the topic just now. When will you sign the divorce papers? After saying this, Shen Mei was silent for a while, then she raised her head and looked at me. Do you really want to divorce me? If we get divorced, there will be nothing between us anymore. Yes, I want to divorce you, preferably right away. After hearing this, Shen Mei's eyes turned red again visibly. After a long while, she spoke in a low voice. Then it's as you wish. Hearing this, my first reaction was not surprise, but wonder what had happened that made Shen Mei suddenly agree to my request for a divorce. I've said it so many times before, and her reaction was the same every time. She was absolutely determined that she would never divorce me, but why did she suddenly act abnormally today? I grabbed her hand and asked her to look into my eyes. Let me ask you, what were you doing just now? Did something happen? Was it about Guo Guo? Why did you suddenly agree to divorce me? Isn't this what you want? I'm doing this for you, but you just want to leave me, right? Now that I've done this for you, you still don't agree, right? If you don't agree, then we won't divorce. When Shen Mei said this, her whole body was shaking slightly. I knew something was wrong with her, but she was unwilling to tell me. Of course I want to divorce you, but at the same time I also want to know whether you have found out the truth about Guo Guo's car accident. A tear rolled down the corner of her eye, but she still shook her head stubbornly. I said it has nothing to do with Guo Guo. It's my company's business. What happened in your company that made you so embarrassed? It's not like your company hasn't had major problems before. When did you become like this? Shen Mei sneered and looked at me. Maybe I am more fragile now. Come on, I will go and sign the divorce agreement with you. We will get divorced in a month. By the way, this news will be announced immediately, so it won't interfere with your filming. Lin Shen, your future is bright. After saying that, she broke free from my hand, walked out of the meeting room first, and went to the office. Looking at her back, I gritted my teeth, trying to wake myself up. There was something wrong with Shen Mei, very obviously something was wrong, but I couldn't guess why. But since she is willing to sign a divorce agreement with me and is willing to announce the news, this is also a good thing. When we arrived at her office, Xiao Qi quickly printed out a divorce agreement. After we both signed it, I took one copy away. See you in a month, then you will be completely free, he said to me with a frown before I left. Chapter 34 Young Master. I didn't say anything and walked to the door. When Xiao Qi saw me coming out, she immediately lowered her head and didn't dare to look at me. She was obviously avoiding my gaze. I walked up to her and she was visibly panicked. She stood up and took a few steps back. I pushed her into a corner. You guys are so scared of me after going out. Did I do something shameful? Or have you found out something shameful? Tell me, does it have anything to do with Guo Guo? I'm her father, you should have told me. Are you going to hide it from me like Shen Mei did? Don't you know about the things she did? After saying that, I saw Xiao Qi biting her lower lip tightly, and then shook her head violently. When I wasn't paying attention, she pushed me away and ran away. Looking at her back, I fell into deep thought. What on earth were these two people doing? Why was there such a strong reaction after returning? Shen Mei agreed to divorce me and gave me her blessing, and Xiao Qi is like this again. Their series of reactions made me think more. The only thing I could be sure of was that this matter must be related to Guo Guo. Fortunately, I now have the ability to check it myself. As soon as I got in the car, I received another call from Boss Liu, and I heard his excited voice on the other end of the phone. Lin Shen, you're moving too fast, aren't you? The Shen family has already announced that you and Shen Mei are about to divorce. How did you convince her? So quickly. Hearing this, I was stunned. I didn't expect Shen Mei to be so anxious. She just suddenly figured it out. I said something perfunctorily, and after hanging up the phone, I opened my phone and saw that the message had become a hot topic on Weibo. It only took a few minutes. It must be Shen Mei who bought the hot search. He just didn't want to delay my work. After the company saw this news, they no longer insisted on changing the male lead. Everything was moving in a good direction, but I was still worried. I must figure out what happened to cause such a big change in Shen Mei. I knew that since this matter had been resolved, I would start preparing for work from the next day. So I took advantage of the evening time to make an appointment with the private detective introduced to me by Boss Liu. This private detective was somewhat different from what I had imagined. He should be the kind of person who dresses very conservatively. He wore a hat and a mask, afraid that others would recognize him. But this private investigator looked like he was dressed the same as us. Even his personality is a little eccentric, which is very different from what I imagined. The private detective's name is Liu Jiang. I just found out that she is actually related to Boss Liu. No wonder Boss Liu introduced him to me. He is quite reliable and he knows me well after all. After I told her what I wanted to find out, her eyes were still red. Many people have entrusted me to investigate matters over the years, but your case really touched me. Since you are doing this for your daughter, I will give you a 20% discount. Hearing this, I almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Thank you so much, but are you sure? Don't worry, I have acquaintances at the casino. As long as she has been there, I can find out everything clearly, including when she went there, when she left, who she gambled with, and who lost money to her. Liu Jiang said solemnly, and hearing him say that, I felt relieved. Well, then I'll leave this matter to you. Please. After chatting with Liu Jiang about some more details, I went home. After I got home, I saw that Qin Ruoruo had sent me a message, congratulating me on finally resolving the matter, and that I could focus on filming from now on. After I replied to her, I threw my phone aside. I wanted to think about the matter carefully, but I fell into a deep sleep unexpectedly. The next day I was woken up by a call from my assistant Ogawa. After I hung up the phone and opened the door, she was standing outside with breakfast in her hand and hurriedly squeezed in. Hurry up and eat breakfast. After that, we have to go take the final photos right away. I sat at the table and started to eat breakfast. Sichuan took a look at my face and asked in surprise, "Did you not sleep well last night? Why do you still have dark circles under your eyes?" "No, I slept well last night. I fell into a deep sleep before I had time to think about anything last night. I couldn't sleep well at all. It's still a little off. It looks like the makeup artist will have to apply a thicker foundation later." I chuckled. My face is indeed more important now and I need to take good care of it. Today's work may be a bit tiring. I have to stand and take pictures all the time. I don't know if I can finish the shooting today. Fine. After all, no matter how tired I am, it can't be as tired as my heart. After breakfast, Sichuan took me for a walk for more than an hour before we arrived at the designated shooting location. When I arrived, I went straight to the dressing room. Chin Ruoruo took longer to put on makeup than me, so she arrived an hour earlier than me. After a simple greeting, I sat down with a gloomy look, waiting for the makeup artist. Chin Ruoruo looked at me through the mirror a few times, as if she wanted to talk to me, but when she saw how lifeless I looked, she didn't say anything. After the makeup artist came, she kept complaining that I had too many dark circles under my eyes and it was obvious that I didn't get enough rest. He told me to never stay up late again. During the whole process of putting on makeup, he never stopped talking. I kept my eyes closed and didn't want to hear anything. I couldn't hear anything. It's funny to say, my mind is full of gloom now, thinking about how embarrassed she looked yesterday. Of course, I'm not thinking about her, I'm just wondering where she was doing and what happened. Chin Ruoruo and I finished our makeup at about the same time, and then we went to the dressing room to change clothes. The moment I saw Chin Ruoruo come out after changing her clothes, I seemed to come back to my senses. It was then that I realized that our first set of clothes was school uniform. Because this drama talks about campus romance in the early stage, and it is not until the later stage that it enters the workplace. When I saw Chin Ruoruo standing in front of me in her school uniform and ponytail, my heart beat slightly faster. So beautiful. Chin Ruoruo smiled at me, her eyes curved like crescent moons, and she walked towards me in small steps. "Are you not used to seeing me like this?" She touched my arm playfully. I turned my head away somewhat embarrassedly. "It's the first time I see you, I seem a little uncomfortable." "It's okay, you'll get used to it after seeing it more often." Chin Ruoruo leaned close to my ear and said. Chapter 35 Destruction. When she said this, a breath of hot air hit my ears. I couldn't help but take a few steps back and looked into the distance with some embarrassment. Seeing me like this, Chin Ruoruo turned around, stood in front of me, and stared straight into my eyes. "What are you hiding from?" "I'm not hiding. It should be starting soon. Come on, let's go over there." I walked over first, but the atmosphere was too awkward and I couldn't cope with it for a moment, so I chose to escape. When taking the promotional photos, the photographer kept asking Chin Ruoruo and I to do some intimate actions, but we both felt a little embarrassed. If I hadn't gone through what just happened, maybe I would have been able to relax a little more. "What's going on between you two? You've known each other for a long time, but you're still not familiar with each other. You two look totally different in this photo." Both of our agents came to the camera at the same time. After watching it, Chin Ruoruo's agent Liu Da glared at me with some displeasure. "What's going on? Why do these two people look like they don't have a CP relationship at all? How come our Ruoruo has such a beautiful face? She was photographed like this. Can you two get closer? If I didn't know, I'd think you two had some deep hatred for each other." My agent Zhao Hai was also standing there feeling a little awkward. He knew that I didn't have much experience in dating and might not be very experienced in this area. There was no choice but to take several more sets of photos, but still couldn't he achieve a satisfactory effect, so we took a break. "What's going on? Didn't you two have a good relationship before? Why are you so awkward today?" Even my agent noticed it. We were very awkward. I could actually feel the atmosphere. Something was not right. I don't know either. Mainly because I've never been so close to anyone before. I'm a little uncomfortable with it. The agent gave me an unpleasant look and said, "Then why didn't you feel uncomfortable when you were acting before? Although you said you have never debuted and have never acted in a formal play, I saw you perform at the school report before. Didn't you act quite well? At that time, I did have some slightly intimate scenes with some girls, but at that time everyone treated it as work, but today I don't know what's going on. I don't know either. I'll make some adjustments. After we rested, the photographer still looked at us with sighs. I just ask that you two get closer and cuddle like you're in love. I saw Chin Ruoruo looked at me timidly, maybe because I had just suddenly run away. This made her feel a little embarrassed, so I took the initiative to hold her hand and pulled her closer to me. My behavior surprised Chin Ruoruo a little. She stared at the photographer in the audience with wide eyes and screamed. Yes, yes, that's right. The two of you should get closer. This move is very good. The two of you should look at each other. Then I smiled at Chin Ruoruo, and she smiled unconsciously. This scene was captured by the cameraman. This scene just now was really good. Let's keep it this way and shoot a few more scenes. After a few hours, we finally finished taking the promotional photos, and both of us were exhausted. The assistant kept passing me food, but I had no appetite at all. After I had some free time, Guo Guo's matter started to pop into my mind unconsciously again. I rubbed my brows tiredly. I didn't know how Liu Jiang's investigation was going. He should have gone abroad by now. I was resting with my eyes closed when someone nudged my shoulder. I looked up and saw it was Chin Ruoruo. She was standing next to me holding a small cake. Eat something. I noticed you didn't eat much during the break just now. I fiddled with it and frowned unconsciously. I didn't like the cake in her hand. I don't like any cake, especially birthday cake. No, you eat it. I don't eat cake. She was stunned, as if a little surprised that I would speak to her in such a cold tone even though we were very close just now. She stood there somewhat awkwardly, and just at this moment, her agent heard our conversation and started scolding me. Linshan, are you okay? Our Ruoruo brought you food with good intentions, but if you don't want it, forget it. What's with that tone of voice? Oh my god, you really think you're some big hero, don't you? Don't think that you can act so arrogantly just because you signed with a big company. You are divorced from Shen Mei now, and you are even less valuable after the divorce. Chin Ruoruo immediately stopped her agent anxiously. At this time, my agent and assistant came over and everyone started to persuade her. I didn't say anything, but just looked at myself in the mirror who was very tired. I didn't have the energy to argue with her, especially after seeing the cake. Cake. This triggered my point Guo Guo, which was the car accident when I went to buy a cake for Shen Mei, so this is one of my sensitive points. I shouldn't have treated Chin Ruoruo like that. I knew she didn't know, and ignorance is not a crime. I just didn't control my temper. A few of them were still chattering behind me, which I thought was a bit noisy, so I stood up and walked to Chin Ruoruo. Sorry, that was my question. After leaving these words, I went out directly, found the car that the company had assigned to me, got in, closed my eyes, and didn't want to think about anything. After a while, the car doors opened one after another. I knew that it was my agent and assistant who came in. They didn't say anything after they came in. Then I felt the car start. Just like that, I fell asleep in a daze until my assistant woke me up. I looked and found that I was already at the door of my house. You are too tired today. Go back and have a rest. It's nothing. Her agent is just like that. Okay, I have to go back first. You have worked hard today, so have a good rest. As soon as I opened the door, my agent called me again. By the way, you should pack your things in the next 2 days. We will leave for Haicheng in 2 days. I nodded and didn't say much. This was already planned. The filming location was in Haicheng campus, which was a campus in Haicheng. Later, there were scenes set in Beicheng, but that was a matter for later. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Zhao Qi lying on the sofa again. I walked over and kicked him angrily. What are you doing? You actually stayed at my house and fell asleep. Zhao Qi opened his eyes dazedly and looked at me. Chapter 36 I don't believe it. He rubbed his eyes sleepily. You are finally back. I thought you would not come back tonight. Call me if you have any problem. I said as I collapsed onto the sofa. I wanted to call you, but I was afraid that you, a big star, would be busy, so I didn't dare. I can see that you are not having an easy day today. He looked at me and teased me. It's not easy indeed. What are you doing at my house? If you have something to say, say it. If not, leave now. I just came to ask you how you are doing, about the Guo Guo incident. I sighed. I've already found a private detective, and he's already gone abroad, but I don't know when he'll get the news. By the way, I'm going to Haicheng in a couple of days to film a movie. After hearing what I said, Zhao Qi looked at me with a funny face. Yo, you haven't been anywhere since you married Shen Mei. Now you finally have the opportunity to go out of the house. I smiled self-deprecatingly. What he said was indeed right. After marrying Chen Mei, I completely became a house husband. Chen Mei often goes on business trips, but she never takes me with her, so I often stay at home alone waiting for her. At that time, I had planned to take Chen Mei to travel around the country and even around the world when I had time. What I didn't expect was that she went everywhere, but I went nowhere and was always waiting for her in that little home. You're right. I feel like I finally have my own life now. Zhao Qi came over and patted my shoulder. You are right. You are just beginning now. You are living your former life. It is so frustrating. I feel so aggrieved for you. Perhaps Zhao Qi is the only person around me who truly believes that I did not marry Chen Mei for her money, and that after marrying her I did not use her family's money at all. He didn't get to enjoy any power or the feeling of being sought after. Instead, he was scolded as a gigolo. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I need to remind you of. When are you going to tell your parents about this? After Zhao Qi said this, my brows furrowed even more. Yeah, when should I tell them? I still can't bring myself to do it. Now that I have made my debut, they will find out sooner or later. My parents almost never go online, so even if they were to go online now, they probably wouldn't be able to find any relevant news. I am just worried that the relatives and friends around them will tell them sooner or later. Instead of hearing it from them, it is better for me to tell them. How about this? I think you should go back to your hometown and tell them during your break from filming. I let out a long sigh. What Zhao Qi said made sense. My home is relatively close to Haicheng. If I want to go back, I should be able to find some time. Let me give you another idea. Aren't you and Shen Mei divorced? When you go, take your heroine with you. Hearing this, the corners of my mouth twitched. What kind of bad idea is this? What are you looking at? Don't look at me like that. Your parents will definitely be very sad, and they think your divorce is not a good marriage. But if you bring back a woman who is 1,000 times more beautiful than Shen Mei at this time, wouldn't they be very happy? Even if losing Guo Guo will make them sad, at least it can make up for it, on the one hand, don't you think? I closed my eyes and shook my head. This was a completely bad idea for me. My parents didn't want me to marry Chen Mei in the first place, so divorcing him was a good thing for our whole family. Okay, stop talking so much. In fact, I had dreamt about my parents before. They might have known about this for a long time, but they just didn't want me to know. They were afraid that I would worry. I was also a little unsure whether they had already known about it and just kept it from me. Thinking of this, I let out another silent sigh. All right, you're still young, stop sighing. I still have to move on. Just listen to me and take your heroine with you. That's for sure. I sat up straight and looked at Zhao Qi. You are giving me advice, which is quite interesting. What about your own affairs? Shen Mei is divorcing me now, so what about that project? He has not withdrawn his investment in that project. Our boss still holds the same opinion. Anyway, as long as he insists, I will resign. Actually, you don't have to. Think about it. Now that Shen Mei and I are divorced, he won't bother me anymore. He doesn't like that little money, so it shouldn't have any impact on you in the future. When I got to this point, Zhao Qi slapped his head and said, "Oh my god, I was really drunk today. I forgot to ask you the most important thing. Why did you two suddenly get divorced?" Hearing this, I was also helpless. I told Zhao Qi everything that happened after Shen Mei received the call. After listening to me, Zhao Qi was silent for a while. After a long while, he looked up at me and said, "Based on my understanding of Shen Mei, this call must be serious. The matter she handled must be related to Guo Guo. It's not only related to Guo Guo, it's also related to you, otherwise, she would never give in so easily. She just cried bitterly in front of me, knelt down, and said she didn't want to leave you, and then she answered a phone call and agreed to divorce you. Isn't this weird? Isn't this outrageous?" I nodded repeatedly. Yes, this is strange and outrageous enough. But now we don't know why, and I have no idea what she was doing. If you ask me, you should ask the private detective to investigate Shen Mei. Maybe he can find out the truth faster. I frowned. What Zhao Qi said did make some sense, but the private detective has already gone abroad. Besides, if I go to investigate Shen Mei, she will find me soon. You know who she is. If I send someone to check on her, she'll know as soon as I get there. That's true, but I'm really curious, what could have caused her to divorce you so suddenly? Is it related to Xu Zhizhou? I have thought about this before. If it is really related to Xu Zhizhou, then what happened to Xu Zhizhou? Shen Mei almost took his life before, so from this point of view, it doesn't make sense. I don't know either, so I was a little absent-minded the whole day, thinking about this matter all the time. Forget it, don't think too much about it. Things will work out when the time comes. Zhao Qi comforted me. Chapter 37. Be safe. The thing I told you before was serious. Have you ever thought about coming to work with me? I really want Zhao Qi to come with me, so that he can have a shelter. Otherwise, he will always be worried. Like I said, I'm still considering it. Let's wait and see. If your path goes smoothly, I'll come naturally. I rolled my eyes at him and said, no matter what, I am still an artist signed by Boss Liu. This road cannot be difficult to walk. I know, but if you want me to give up this job right now, I still can't do it for the time being. You don't really love your job, and it's not related to your major. Zhao Qi looked at me with some embarrassment. I still say that. My boss is very good to me and has shown me a great opportunity. If it were him, I wouldn't even be able to find a job. If I just left, I would feel a little sorry for him. I sighed. I knew that Zhao Qi was a person who knew how to repay kindness, just like me, so I didn't force him anymore. Okay, if you've made up your mind and want to come, you're always welcome. How long will you be gone? I thought about it and the itinerary stated it was for more than 20 days. It's about a month, so the changes won't be that big. Then you have to take good care of yourself during this month. Call me anytime if you have any problems. By the way, don't get too excited when you go to meet your parents. I nodded, and after chatting with Zhao Qi for a while, he went back. When I turned on my phone, Qin Ruoruo sent me a message apologizing to me. I replied to her saying it was okay and stopped looking at my phone after that. I didn't blame her either. My tone suddenly became cold at that time, not because of her, but mainly because I thought about Guo Guo. Besides, I don't want to mention it anymore. 2 days later, the entire crew arrived in Haicheng smoothly. The hotel the crew booked for us were all suites, and I stayed in one suite with my agent and assistant. This makes it easier to work together. By the way, Linshan, you don't know yet, right? Sichuan is very good at cooking. We don't need to go out to eat. He will cook meals in the hotel every day. I raised my eyebrows. I really couldn't tell that Sichuan could actually cook. Sichuan smiled shyly at me. Yes, if you want to eat anything, just tell me at any time. I can cook basically all kinds of dishes from all over the country. You are so good, you must have studied cooking before, right? Sichuan laughed again. Yeah, how do you know that I used to study cooking? Later I didn't want to be a chef anymore, I wanted to be an assistant so I came here. Then you are quite capable. I did have a new respect for Sichuan. Sichuan usually doesn't like to talk much, but if you ask him to do something, he is very diligent. On the first night, we naturally had dinner with the director and the producer. During the meal, they still consciously let Qin Ruoruo and I sit together, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. I really didn't take that matter to heart at first, but I knew Qin Ruoruo must have taken it to heart. After we went in, his agent snorted at me, obviously still holding a grudge about what happened that day. I didn't react. Qin Ruoruo turned her head and looked at me, and I smiled at her. By the way, why didn't I see you when I went to the hotel today? I took the initiative to talk to her. Our hotels should be facing each other, but I didn't hear any noise from the other side when I went there today. You guys arrived in the afternoon. I arrived with them in the morning. We went out for a walk. If you want to go, I can tell you which places are fun. I smiled and said, no need. My hometown is nearby. I know this place well. I've been here before. Oh, yes, it seems so. Are you going back to your hometown this time? I should take some time to go back. I haven't told my agent yet. I plan to ask him to discuss it with the crew. See if I can concentrate my filming time, and then I will spare 2 days to go back to my hometown. That's great. I haven't been home for half a year. It was always my parents who came to see me. I also want to go home once. Shin Ruoruo pouted and complained that for a popular star like him, his schedule was naturally full and it was difficult for him to go home. By the way, where are you from? Don't you know where I'm from? Shin Ruoruo looked at me with some complaint. I smiled embarrassedly. I really didn't know that I had seen her information, but I forgot. Then I won't tell you. You can find it on the internet anyway. I chuckled and didn't say much. Halfway through the meal, Shin Ruoruo suddenly whispered, "I'm sorry," in my ear. Why are you apologizing all of a sudden? It was about that day. I really didn't know you didn't like cakes, because I like them very much. I thought that you might. Shin Ruoruo was still explaining apologetically, and I interrupted her. It's not your problem, it's my problem. I really don't blame you. I was in a bad mood that day. I know, I just think I may have caused you some trouble, so I want to apologize to you. Hearing Shin Ruoruo's humble and flattering tone, I felt a little uncomfortable. For a popular young actress like her, others should be servile in front of her. But now she treats me like this, and it's obviously not her problem. I suddenly feel a little guilty. I poured myself a full glass of wine and drank it before I spoke. It's really not your problem. Do you know why my daughter got into a car accident? She was stunned for a moment and looked at me with some surprise, as if she didn't expect me to suddenly change the topic. She shook her head. He knew that Guo Guo was gone, but not many people knew why she had gotten into trouble. My daughter got into a car accident while trying to buy a birthday cake for her mother. Hearing this, Shin Ruoruo covered her mouth in surprise. So that's what happened. I'm so sorry. I really didn't know it was because of the cake. I know you don't know, so I don't blame you, but when I see cake I think of my daughter, so I'm sorry, I don't really like eating cake. Hearing this, Shin Ruoruo nodded hurriedly and looked at me with sympathy in her eyes. Got it, don't worry, I will never let you eat cake again. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. If you don't let me eat anymore, are you going to make all the cakes in the world go bankrupt?